We appear to be live, and I'm going to just confirm that. Things open here. And we are live.
Great. So let's call the April meeting of Ithaca's Planning and Development Board to order. Let's start with introductions. Garrick, could I start with you?
Yeah, Garrick Blaylock, member of the board and liaison to the Board of Public Works.
Anya?
Anya Harris, City of Ithaca staff.
Brian?
Brian McCracken, Historic Preservation Planner for the City of Ithaca.
Lisa?
Lisa Nicholas, Deputy Director of Planning and staff to the Planning Board.
Emily?
Emily Petrina, member of the board.
Mackenzie?
Mackenzie Jones, Vice Chair of the board.
Mitch?
Mitch Glass, member of the board.
And CJ?
TJ Randall, member of the board.
Great. And I'm Rob, I'm chair. That brings us to agenda review. Lisa, are there any changes to the agenda tonight?
There's two small changes. One is that I'd like to add maybe after Brian's presentation or after public comment, wherever you think is appropriate, an previous applicant for planning for a project that got approved 2 years ago just realized that their planning board approval was going to expire. So I have a request for an extension. And then for new business, I just wanted to add, a little discussion about our change of the project review committee meeting date.
Great. Let's look at the extension right before subdivision review.
Okay.
And that brings us to our special order of business. Brian McCracken, speaking directly from history itself, about the expansion of the East Hill Historic District. And you're muted, sir.
I'm muted. Can I share my screen? Is that all right
Yes.
with everyone? All right. View slideshow. From the beginning. All right. So we handled introductions just a few minutes ago, so I'm not going to introduce myself again. But I am here tonight to talk to you about a proposed expansion to the East Hill Historic District, why we feel the expansion is appropriate, and then what the planning board's role in the proposed expansion is going to be. So here is a map of the existing East Hill Historic District, and you'll notice up in the upper left-hand corner, this odd boundary.
Brian, we don't see that. We just see the first slide. Yeah.
Just the first slide. I wonder if there's a bit of a delay.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go. Okay. Sorry about that. I hope my internet connection is not going to fail. So in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you can kind of see, and then there's a blow up of it in the right-hand side of the screen is the irregular boundary of the East Hill Historic District near, this is Aurora over here. Can you see my pointer? Probably not. Anyway, there's this irregular boundary, the northwest boundary of the historic district that really doesn't follow any established preservation standards or best practices. We being me and Historic Ithaca have not been able to determine why the boundary was drawn as it is. And so to bring the East Hill Historic District into more of best preservation practices, or at least the boundary of it, in 2018, we applied for a certified local government grant to study the properties that were located in the wedge that seemed to be left behind. So within that wedge, there are 19 properties on North Aurora Street, East Court Street, and Lynn Street. They all appeared to reflect the characteristics and historic context of the East Hill Historic District. So after we secured the funding, Historic Ithaca through an intern, did an intensive level survey of the properties there, meaning they evaluated the architectural features of the building and researched the history of each property. I should also add that Mary Tomlin, the city's historian, participated in that research. And from that, it was determined that the 19 properties fit in very well with the established historic character and historic context of the East Hill Historic District. All the properties within the study area were built within the historic district period of significance, which is 1830 to 1932. All of them had some connection to established historic themes within the historic district. For example, they represent or are outstanding examples of popular 19th and early 20th century architectural styles. Many of them are associated with locally prominent architects and local figures. And all of them, or some of them, have a close relationship to the establishment and growth of Cornell University during the mid-19th and early 20th century. So here are a few of the properties that are located within the study area. And as you can see, many of them are excellent examples of their architectural style. The greenhouse on your left is a phenomenal example of the Second Empire style with its mansard roof, slate tile shingles, 2/2 windows. It's an incredible example. You have the yellow house, it's Greek Revival with the cast iron porch, which is pretty phenomenal. That property was owned by an ironwork shop owner, and we believe that he was responsible for installing that pretty incredible ornate porch. You have a craftsman style house, probably the last property to be constructed in the expansion area, and then a more modest Greek Revival house in your upper left. So the nomination and designation process. So at the May Ithaca Landmarks Preservation Commission, there will be a public hearing to consider the expansion of the East Hill Historic District to include these 19 properties. And the commission will either decide to recommend to designate the properties, in which case that recommendation would go to council, or if they feel the nomination does not have merit, it won't leave the commission. If they decide to make the recommendation, two things will happen. The first, notice will be given to the planning board so that they can do their part of the process. And the second would be the notification to the Planning and Economic Development Committee of Common Council. So the Planning and Economic Development Board, for those of you who have participated in the past, I'm sorry if this is redundant. For those of you that are new and have not been through the designation process for a historic district or landmark, I hope this information is helpful. So the planning board is asked every time the Landmarks Preservation Commission recommends a historic district or landmark to review that recommendation against all the planning documents and other plans for the neighborhood and for the city to make sure that that proposed designation doesn't negatively impact any of the goals or recommendations found in the neighborhood plans, the general comprehensive plan, any documents like that. The planning board will review the proposed nomination along with all of the supporting materials at an upcoming meeting, and they will prepare a report for the Planning and Economic Development Committee of Common Council to review in conjunction with the Landmarks Commission's recommendation to designate. If the Planning and Development Committee agree that this is worthwhile and agree with the recommendation, then it will be passed on to full Common Council for their final vote. Again, the Planning and Economic Development Committee has the option to reject the proposed designation, in which case one of two things could happen. It either dies in committee, or it can be referred back to the Landmarks Commission for modification, and then it would work its way through the approval process again. So with that, that ends my presentation, but I wanted to give the opportunity for you all to ask questions if you have any.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm just going to open the floor for questions. Anyone on the board who has anything for Brian, please just unmute yourself and chime in.
When is this going to go to planning committee, Brian? When can the planning board expect to see it?
So my hope is that the ILPC will review it in May. If there's enough time, I'll work with you, Lisa, to see if this is possible. The planning board would then review it at their May meeting, and then it would go to comment, well, the Planning and Economic Development Committee in June.
What are the implications for the property owners if this happens?
So if the properties are designated, it would their exterior alterations would be regulated by the Ithaca Landmarks Ordinance, which means any proposed change to the exterior would require either staff review or full commission review, depending on the type and extent of the project.
Is that all it covers? Is just exterior renovations?
Just the exterior renovation, that's correct.
And is there a process where property owners get to comment whether this happens or not? Or is there a public hearing process of any kind?
There is a public hearing process. One moment, buddy. Yes, there is a public hearing period. Before the Landmarks Commission votes to recommend the designation, there is a public hearing. I've also held a separate property owner presentation for them to outline why this project is coming forward, what their restrictions are, as well as what their opportunities are. And then I have met individually with some of the property owners that weren't able to attend that meeting to answer their questions.
Yeah, Rob, I just wanted to maybe ask for us as a group, just to be sure we understand procedurally where we fit in this. I think it'd be good for us to go look at the code and actually read, the exact language on what we're being asked to do, just to be sure we got it right. But my understanding for what Brian is saying is that we're not making a recommendation on whether we're for or against the designation, or whether we like it or don't like it, but rather does it interfere with the comp plan? Is that right? So if the comprehensive plan, for example, called for hypothetically increased densification, obviously this would run counter to the idea of tearing down houses and building a high rise, right? So then we would say, well, that interferes with the comprehensive plan. Am I understanding that correctly?
It's pretty specific in the code what your role is, and I would draft that report for you, and we could discuss it. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. This looks like a relatively small extension of a fairly established historic district. Do you have any numbers about that in terms of like percentage, either of land area or units or housing or whatever? Sort of how?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are currently 273 properties in the East Hill Historic District, and this is 19 properties that would be added to it. So I don't have a percentage of land area, but it's a pretty small percentage of the actual properties that are in the historic district as it exists.
Other questions for Brian? Well, thank you. I think we'll look forward to seeing this come up before us. I appreciate you taking the time.
Great. Thank you all for your time this evening, and good luck
Thanks,
with the rest
Brian.
of your meeting.
Thanks, Brian.
Bye. Thank you.
That brings us to approval of minutes. Anya, what minutes are we approving?
Any apologies, I did not get them sent out. I've got 2 sets about half done. I'm hoping to get them to you by the end of the week.
Great. That brings us to public comments. Lisa, remind me, we don't vote to open privilege of the floor, right? We just do it?
Right, that's right. Yeah, just
Okay.
public hearings.
So is there any comment from members of the public?
I have 3 comments that people have submitted that they've asked to be read out loud. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. The first one is from Adam Freelander. It says, "Dear City of Ithaca Planning, I am writing to express my support for the affordable housing proposed for 510 MLK. As a former longtime resident who grew up in Tompkins County, Ithaca, I understand the critical need for affordable housing options in our community. It does not seem fair that high-end non-affordable units across the street are approved with the same zoning variances that 510 MLK is requesting. This building will provide much needed inclusive housing in downtown Ithaca and will allow residents to continue supporting local downtown businesses while reducing carbon footprints across the community. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you all for your work in creating a wonderful, inclusive, and accessible city. All right, the next one is from Hector Chang. My name is Hector Chang, Interim Director of Bike Walk Tompkins and a Commissioner on the city's Mobility, Accessibility, and Transportation Commission. I've lived in Ithaca for 10 years, and throughout my time here, the lack of affordable housing has been a top priority for our city. Therefore, I am speaking in support of VISM's 510 West MLK Jr. project. I'm submitting this public comment because I was dismayed to hear only opposition to at the last planning board meeting about this project. The project is the kind of development that our city should roll out the red carpet for. Affordable housing units in a walkable, bikeable, and transit-rich neighborhood that is growing with opportunities. Instead, the project has been scaled back from 76 units to 58 units. Now there's even talk of cutting that number further by reducing the number of stories down to 3. By lowering the number of units, we've effectively cutting out 18 deserving families from our community. While I understand the board is not seriously considering dropping the number of stories even more, further quibbles will only delay dozens of families from sharing our city's prosperity. I hope the board understands why I'm dismayed by the situation this affordable housing project is facing. Please remember that the majority of Ithaca residents support projects like this. Not everyone is able to attend evening meetings to speak their mind or know how to monitor planning board agendas. 3 voices against a project is not a representative sample. The majority of Ithacans know that affordable housing is an issue in our community, which is why the city should reflect this broad-based support and approve projects like the VISM project as quickly as possible. Okay. All right, one more. This is from Amy Pennick. Please vote in favor of the affordable housing proposal at 510 West State MLK. This thoughtfully designed building and its 58 new apartments will be a welcome addition to the Ithaca community and the housing it offers its citizens and occupants. As someone who going into their 8th year living in Ithaca, I'm proud to say that I welcome more homes for new neighbors, especially since the apartments will be priced at rents affordable to our local essential workers. Plus, as a chemical engineer who works in sustainable development, I'm happy to see this new housing located where future Ithacans will rely less on carbon-intensive transportation. I learned that a nearby market rate project that recently received approval also proposed the 5 stories going down to 4. Because 510 West MLK does the same, it makes sense to approve this affordable project as well. I hope I can count on your vote to allow this project to be built. Please kindly confirm that you've received my message. I appreciate your time and consideration. Sincerely, Amy Pennick.
Does that conclude public comment?
I have no more comments. You received several by email, but I have no more that have requested to be read out loud.
Okay.
Yes, all these comments were distributed both to the board members and to the applicants to whom they apply.
Excellent. Is there any member of the public wishing to respond to any member of the board wishing to respond to public comment? Mackenzie.
I want to appreciate the person who pointed out that it's not always easy to get a representative, perspective from the public. And so I just want to continue to encourage the board to explore ways to be inclusive and explore the public to please, use the avenues available to them to speak to us. It is helpful to get support, to get words of support. So yeah, that's it. And I agree with those comments about the needed affordability, especially in line with keeping precedent set between market rate and affordable units and zoning variances and whatnot.
Thank you very much. Any other response to public comment? Seeing none, I believe that brings us to the potential extension of site plan approval that we were going to take care of before subdivision review. And you are muted, Lisa.
I'm just going to pull the resolution up that I prepared. Can you see this?
Not as of yet. Here we go.
No, there must be a delay. So this is this project on, it was Wood Street, I think, when it came through to you, but it's now Fair Street. It was readdressed. It was a 3-story building. I think it had 3 units. Very energy efficient. It needed a couple variances. I don't know if you remember it. I can't believe it's been 2 years since it was approved, but they weren't able to go to construction because of the pandemic. But site plan only lasts 2 years. So they realized this. It's exactly the same month that in April 2019 is when the project was approved. So they asked for an extension, and luckily they did it the day before planning board. So the resolution just describes the project. It says you approved it. They got variances. So they sent me an email asking for a extension. They got area variances, which unfortunately don't have an extension policy. They'll have to go back and reapply for variances. So I've put that in the resolution that, they'll have to go get variances again, and that the planning board grants a 2-year extension. It's usually 2 years that you grant, provided that they, build the same project that was approved and they get the required variances.
Mitch pointed out in chat that he believes this was proposed as a net zero building, and I believe
Yes,
that is also, what I recall.
Yes.
And I remember that there was some stuff to figure out through the approvals process, but by the time we were at the end, everybody was pretty excited about it. So hopefully this is a fairly simple one. Is there anyone who doesn't want to go ahead and just move through the resolution here? Is there any discussion to be had? All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask someone to move the resolution before us. I saw Mitch and Emily. I don't know who came first. Any discussion of the resolution? Anything that we want to hammer out paper-wise? Lisa, is there anything we want to make sure we do before we vote?
No, it's pretty routine.
Okay. All those in favor of the resolution before us to extend site plan approval? Looks like that is unanimous, and that is extended. All right. That brings us to subdivision review. First up, we have South Meadow Street.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you have
Good
anybody else
evening.
in your team here? It's just Dave and FL?
That is correct.
Okay.
So if you
Would you
would, please
recommend-
introduce yourself. Take it away.
Sure. Good evening, Chairman Lewis and Ms. Nichols and members of the Planning and Development Board. My name is Francis Gorman. I'm an attorney with Harris Beach, and I'm here again tonight with Dave Herrick of TG Miller in connection with our subdivision application for the property known as 722 Meadow Street South in the Southwest 2 District. We previously provided the background of the development. There's currently 3 tax parcels at the property. One is Tops Plaza and some buildings, small shop buildings south, and including the Verizon parcel. And we're looking to make the Verizon parcel its own tax parcel. The second tax parcel includes Barnes and Noble, the Home Goods, and Chili's. And we're looking to have Chili's be its own tax parcel. And then the third tax parcel is Elmira Savings Bank, which arguably is just a lot line adjustment. We're trying to make sure the lot incorporates the drive-through and some parking areas. There's no new construction plan with the subdivided parcels. As far as procedural posture, we appeared before this board on March 23rd. You folks declared yourself lead agency and issued a negative declaration. We're before the Zoning Board of Appeals or Board of Zoning Appeals on April 6th, and we had our variances granted, and we are back before you this evening for approval of our subdivision application. And we're available to answer any questions you may have. I would like to note that the proposed subdivision plat has not changed since our initial application.
Thank you very much. I'll also thank you for color coding the new and old lot lines in the new version of the old subdivision map. It's super easy to read now. I feel like I understand this way better than I did a month ago.
The thanks go out to Mr. Herrick at TG Miller. I always had a difficult time coloring myself.
Fair enough. So I guess since we do take a vote on this, it would be worth just going around the board and checking in. I don't see this as being particularly controversial, but it's worth just checking in with everybody. Garrick, I saw you shake your head, but let me start with you.
I really have no comments.
Thanks. Emily?
Agreed. I have no comments.
Mitch?
It looks good.
CJ?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Mackenzie?
Nothing to add this month. Thank you.
Excellent. With that, we have a fluorescent yellow resolution in your packet. Is there a motion for this resolution for preliminary approval for this subdivision? I saw Mackenzie move and Emily second. Any discussion? Lisa?
I just wanted to make sure that you read the conditions. There are several conditions on here, and if you have any questions about them, please let me know.
They look fine to me. Any questions or comments on conditions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution before us? And that is unanimous. I believe that does it for this project today, and we will check in with you guys next month.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is minor subdivision at 238 Dryden Road.
We have Patrick and Brandon in here. Are you, either of you expecting anyone else?
No, just us.
Great. If you would, introduce yourself, take it away.
My name is Patrick Braga. I'm Vice President of Development for Vism Development Group.
Brandon Evil with Stream Collaborative.
So we've got consideration of preliminary and final subdivision approval before us. Is there anything that you guys wish to say or present?
I don't think so at this point. We went through the zoning board last month and got that squared away. And I think kind of at this point, it's I'd say in your guys' hands to approve or not on the minor subdivision, which I think at this point it's been pretty clear everybody's been in support of it. We don't really have any new material to share. Nothing's changed. We're kind of at the end of the road with it.
And so there's nothing that's changed on the drawings from the last time we've seen this a month ago.
Correct.
All right. Let's see. Are there any questions or comments from the board? I'm seeing none. Lisa, I want to check in with you. Is there anything that we need to check on before we do take a vote on this one? Because this is preliminary and final. I do realize we've seen it before.
Yeah, no, I don't see any more issues. There's two conditions. They have to submit the final plat that matches the description that you have already done seeker on. And then the other one was a cross property easement to provide permanent access, pedestrian access from Summit down to Dryden, because the subdivision kind of cut up it went through the stairs that are currently there and the stairs that will be there. So those are the two conditions.
So
Correct.
as I understand it, the descriptions of those things are final, but the drawings to reflect those will need to be submitted and reviewed by staff.
That's right.
Okay. With that sorted out, there we go. Emily.
There was mention of retaining walls in the right of way, having an easement.
Oh, no. It's, so yeah, they're walls. It's for the bike parking. And it's in the, so it requires, they did this on the other property with the bike storage. So it's like a little 3-walled alcove that's on the city right of way. So it's outside of our property boundary that we have, they have to pay like a yearly lease. They have to create
A license agreement.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And so so Vism's aware of that. They're familiar with that process. That's, I guess, in a way that maybe that is something else to add as a condition. I mean, obviously they know that's going to have to happen in order for them to build those walls there to create that little space. So yeah, that's what I think that was about.
Emily, would you like to see a condition reflecting that?
I guess I would defer to Lisa if we need it.
It's on the site plan approval that they need. The condition is that, they have to get whatever other approvals they need to implement their project, and that would be one of them. But we can put it here if you want, but it is already there.
It seems unnecessary.
It does, yeah.
Other questions or comments? Seeing none, is there a motion for the blue resolution before us, preliminary and final approval of this subdivision? I saw Emily move and Mackenzie second. Any discussion of this resolution? Seeing none, all in favor of the blue resolution for preliminary and final approval of this subdivision? And that was unanimous. You have your subdivision approval.
Thank you so much. We'll
Thank
see
you.
you later tonight as well.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. See you in a little while.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. So before we move on to site plan approval, I have recalled that I said at the end of last month that I was going to take votes by roll call rather than acclamation. I have not been doing that. So now that we're moving into site plan approval, let's try it. And if it's a little wonky or hairy, I'll ask your forgiveness in advance. But I am going to try to do that with all our votes for the rest of the night. So let's see how that goes. Next up, we have City Harbor. I guess Guthrie Medical Center, more precisely.
I let somebody, sorry, the person named Scott, I thought it was a different Scott. So I don't know. I mean, you're welcome to join us, but I'm not sure if you want to or why you're here.
And you're muted.
Yes, I think Scott is also from our team.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yep.
All right.
Scott
Should have asked,
Hemingway
yeah.
with
You have
HPT
two-
Architects.
Perfect. You have 2 Scotts on your team. Yeah, perfect.
It's confusing.
Exactly.
Yes.
Can't have too many. Is everyone here? And if so, please take it away.
I think so. We might have Jim from the client team, but I think this
I
is
don't
fully.
see him. I have a Raymond and a Bob, and the Raymond, Rizzy, and Bob Dazel.
No, I think we're good here. We
Okay.
can get started. I'm just gonna introduce myself first. My name is Ife Yan. I'm a landscape designer at Woodland Plan Design, and we're here to attend this meeting in preparation for the BZA meeting next month for Guthrie project. And we're here to provide the signage updates. Let me share my screen real quick. Okay. So we are actually seeking for variance for additional freestanding signage to be erected throughout the site, and which already exceeded the numbers that is being allowed by code, and one variance for the building sign, which is oversized. like our package today is very similar to what we presented to you last time for final site plan approval, but then it just more clarities on the signage themselves. So in this page, we have a map for all the signage we're proposing. And you're saying like we have 2 building signs proposed on the south and east facade of the building, and then a monument sign at the intersection, and 2 street signs at this 2 intersection, pedestrian sign at a pedestrian level, a vehicular directional sign, an informational kiosk, and 2 additional Cayuga Waterfront Trail signs proposed along the trails, which we will show you the detailed plans and drawings later. And this is our drawings for the building first floor plan, and this is where the building signage would be. So we only have the signage on the south and east facade of the building, which this is south and east. They are going to be internally illuminated, which is something like this right here. However, they do exceed the 50 square feet that is being allowed. So we are going to ask for a variance, but we feel this is a good size, appropriate size for our proposed building. The lighting itself is going to be on a photo cell system, which will turn on at night and turn off during the daytime, but we don't think they will provide any negative impact to the neighboring projects. Just kind of recap on our maps before we're going to the set signage. So in this page, we just zoom into each corner. This is where the building is, and we have our monument sign, which you have seen a couple times during previous presentations like that. And then our street signs, it'll be just a typical name tag sign, like the regular street sign, but then provide our like directionals to the points of interest throughout the site. And then the Cayuga Waterfront Trail sign, which is also a typical one. This is the intersection where we going down from the main entrance going to the city harbor, where you have the street sign on the lighting pole and a pedestrian sign like this on the site. And then this is the southmost entrance to the parking lot, where we have the vehicular directional sign, which Guthrie typically have for all their campuses. And the informational kiosk sign, we have this in different color because we feel like this is a good sign to serve the whole site instead of just serving for the Guthrie itself. It has a map of our project and has some like points of interest, and just tell people whoever is on the public promenade to know where the parks are. And then a Cayuga Waterfront Trail sign. This is just showing you a scale of what this signage are being proposed. We feel like they are human scaled, and it's appropriate to have this signs proposed for the site. For our monument sign, we have a base, concrete base with the stone veneer, which matches the building columns, and a aluminum panel sign itself, and then have an LED strip sign kind of to light it a little bit during the night. Just that's some dimensions to those signs. And then we have this vehicular directional sign, which is a typical campus sign for Guthrie. It's 10 feet, and it is right where the southmost entrance is to the parking lot. And this is our pedestrian sign, where we have the intersection, like people coming from the promenade or from Guthrie itself. They will see different directions to City Harbor, to Guthrie, to bus stop, basically just point of interest in our site, which is about 6.5 feet. They're double-sided, not illuminated. And then this is our informational kiosk sign, which will be at the southmost entrance point. We're closer to the promenade. So people on the promenade or waterfront trail will be able to use this as a general guideline of where they should go or they wanted to go. And kind of having a branding waterfront promenade on the top, indicating where they are. And this is a preliminary map that we have, basically just showing everything. And the things in circle are the things that we think is interesting for people who are visiting or just walking by. You see, we have a list of parks that is being proposed along the promenade. This sign will not be illuminated either. And then we have the street signs are either mounted to the lighting pole or a regular traffic pole, which will just direct people to where they needed to be. We color coded just because we want people to know exactly where they are hiding. Like for example, for the Meadow Park, they're heading to a green space. In City Harbor, we're using their theme color, and Guthrie, we're using their branding color as well. And then this is a rendering that we have already shown to you in previous submissions as well, where you can see the, let me zoom in a little bit. Where you can see the building signage and the monument sign, and then the Cayuga Waterfront Trail sign over here, and then the street sign being proposed on a new pole. We do have another rendering that have already been shown to you before. Just want to bring it back to you so we have an idea. Sorry, my computer is loading. Okay, there. So this is where I was saying the vehicular directional sign would be, which is directly at this corner. So people are driving in, they will see it directly. And then this is the informational kiosk sign, which serves the promenade and our Guthrie site. And that will be it. Any questions, comments, please?
Thank you very much. There's a lot going on in this package. I appreciate you walking us through it. It'd be worth going around the room and getting initial reactions. Garrett, could I start with you?
Yeah, I by me, I don't have any objections to this. I mean, it's a complicated site. There's no obvious front or back of the building. You got things, behind it. And so I think it does require a comprehensive wayfinding plan like they're proposing. As far as the size of the sign, it doesn't strike my eye as being too big, but I realize that's a subjective issue. So we'll see how my colleagues feel.
Thank you. Emily.
I agree. I think the whole package makes sense. I wonder if there's any need to have signage on Pier Road, sort of at the northwest entrance up there. Maybe not. Maybe
Right
it's
here?
really all from 13. Go to the west, to the left. Right there. Yeah. Oh, too far.
Here.
Yep. Right. Any of those entrances. I don't necessarily want to add signage, but I just wonder if you thought that through, if there's any reason not to have it
Yes.
up there.
So currently we're doing this separately for Guthrie and City Harbor. So this is mostly about for Guthrie. So when we are doing the signage for City Harbor, we will include those as part of the system for the whole sign. But then the Guthrie kind of just stop right there where the Pier Road is.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Mitch.
This looks great. I really appreciate the detail and the clarity. It's really seems very like a handsome package. And the colors you picked and the scale, I think looks great. The only comment I have is on the rendering. And I'm worried about this family that's crossing right at the main entrance on their bicycles and the runner. And I guess I would just be careful of the height of the shrubs on either side of that entrance and on the south entrance so that there's really a clear visual of people who are on the path about to enter the intersection, because people who are going to health clinics are typically stressed out, or they're going to emergency care and they're probably not looking out for bicycles. They're probably just trying to get to the front door as quickly as possible. So I really just want to make sure that that's as safe as possible, but the signage looks great.
A really great point, Mitch. And as we narrow this down and as planting season is coming, we'll consider those again.
Great. Thank you.
CJ.
Yes, thanks for this. I didn't see any signs, and maybe I probably just missed them relative to parking and any indication whether this is public parking or not.
Oh, we don't have any sign like that proposed for indicating public or private, but we are assuming that all people coming to this parking lot are for Guthrie itself.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
But then
Thanks.
to a point we can, to a point we can add a note in here for the sign right here, indicating that is public, that is public parking, which we have some space for.
Okay, yeah, I don't mean to be, I don't know. This was probably already covered in the site plan, and I'm probably just not hip to all the details of that, but I was just curious because I think about, the promenade strikes me as something very public that people are going to want to go to. So I just wanted to just be clear either way, not saying, I'm not trying to be conflicting with the previous site plan, but yeah.
Mackenzie.
Thank you. Yeah, really nice, comprehensive, robust sign package. I wish that we could have things that are so clear and consistent on all of our projects and, throughout downtown and whatnot. I want to echo CJ's, question about a request for delineating parking, where it is and if it's public or private, and similar to like bike parking, maybe if you have a parking sign signaling where cyclists can park might be helpful. And question for staff. I know that, we've got, we have thresholds and benchmarks for building size signage. Are there any thresholds for street signs or, like wall signs that aren't associated with buildings? And I'm comfortable with this signage package. And I also recognize that there are several proposed signs. And I wonder if there's any threshold that we want to reference, or are we setting precedent for like many signs? I feel like in the case of a medical complex, especially when there's private and public parking and amenities and so on and so forth, the more we can contribute to wayfinding, the better. But there might be other situations where we don't want so many freestanding signs. I'm just curious about the precedent for that. You don't have to answer right now, but if you have something to say, it's great.
Lisa, if you have anything, I'd hear it.
Well, we should look at the variance for one thing, because this sign package, although very attractive, exceeds allowable signage by a lot.
Sure.
And directional signage, I think that we don't really have limits. So you kind of have to think about, is the signage, and maybe the variance talks about that, is this branding signage or is it truly directional signage? Do you need that much street signage? This is not a, I think you just kind of have to think about it that way. So how do you want it to? Yeah.
Before we open up the variance, is it worth looking at a resolution on this today? Do we want to see more from the applicant before we look at an approval resolution, or are we ready to take action on that today? I mean, how do people feel?
I think you should look at the variance first, just to see how I think you should, because I think it informs, what's actually allowed in the
Sure. So let's take a look at the
variance. Or do you? Yeah, okay. Let me. Wrong thing, I think. I'm sorry.
Lisa, are you looking for our variance package?
Yeah, actually, I have it up. I just have to pull the right thing up. Yeah.
I have that too, but
Okay.
if you want to share it, that's fine too.
Oh, can you stop sharing what you're sharing?
Yep.
I also sent it in chat if anybody wants to pull it up locally.
All right. All right, I'm gonna. This still is here. What is that? That is not. What do you see on your screen?
We see like the title bar for a PDF.
How about now?
Got better.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay, so this is what they're proposing: 2 wall signs, 6 freestanding signs, and 2, and these are the lists of 1 monument sign, directional sign. I guess in terms of zoning, those were all counted. Okay, so the city's ordinance allows a business in a commercial zone to have either 2 wall signs or 1 freestanding sign. The proposed sign package exceeds the number of freestanding signs by 6. In addition, each individual sign is limited to 50 square feet, and the 2 proposed Guthrie wall signs are each 76.8 square feet, exceeding the limit by 26 feet. So here's the table, which I always find these kind of helpful. So I don't know if that's helpful to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. I felt like there was a pretty strong consensus when we went around the board that this sign package was appropriate. When I looked at it first, I mean, I thought it was fine-ish, but probably a little big, both in terms of the size of the wall signs and just the sheer number of signs. I found the arguments for wayfinding on a complicated site related to medical needs pretty compelling. I was convinced, and by the conversation had by this board. And I don't know that necessarily the size of the variance changes my opinion, and size of the variance is not a useful phrase, but I think you get my idea. Necessarily affects my opinion on whether or not that sign package is appropriate. If it's appropriate for the needs of medical wayfinding on a complicated site, then it is. And I'm seeing a variety of expressions from people on the board, and rather than trying to guess what people think based on those expressions, I think we just go back around the room. And Garrick, again, I'd start with you if that's all right.
Yeah, sure, Rob. I just think that I'm just trying to think about how the variance relates to the site plan and the comprehensive plan. I think, Robert, the word that it's used in the BZA language or the variance language is significance. And this is a significant variance, but I think it's significant for important reasons. I mean, going back to the planning, one of the things that we liked about this project is the reuse of parking at different times of day and different days of week, right? So you have, during the business day, you have medical people, and then medical visits, rather, medical parkers, and then in the evening you might have recreational or residents, and then on weekends you have more recreational and golf and so on. And so it allowed the reuse of the same parking space for different needs. But a consequence of that is it's a little bit complicated, right? The wayfinding, where you can park, where the cars can go, the whole site is just a more complicated site. So I think that the need for more signs is, at least to a certain degree, related to a design objective of minimizing parking for a variety of mixed uses.
Thanks, Garrick. Emily.
I would agree with that 100%. I also am thinking about lit signs and size of sign compared to downtown projects, and it's a whole different story. So in this case, on this site, I don't have a problem with the size of the building signs being over to this degree.
Thank you. Mitch?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with my colleagues. I mean, I was originally thinking that the information kiosk and the pedestrian directional sign, those two to me are sort of the ones that are, you know, upon second look, a little bit on the bubble. Like, is the information kiosk really needed to point out where the parks are? People are just going to walk and find the parks, and so be it. And the pedestrian directional sign has some vehicular sort of directionality on it. And I think at 1.25 inches, or however big that font is, would probably be pretty hard to read. I don't think pedestrians need to be told where to go either. So, I mean, I can live with both of those, but if there's an idea to try to reduce the signage, I would start there.
Thanks. CJ?
Yeah, okay, hearing about the site plan, previous considerations relative to parking, that definitely makes sense, kind of the neutrality approach to parking, right? It's like, it's just there, rather than being specifically managed or unbundled in some way. But just thinking about kind of the potential in the future for that to maybe become an issue, not saying it is for sure, but, just being mindful of that. And I agree, like, what Lisa's saying, obviously relative to identity, a lot of this has to do with, a sense of arriving at a place. And I definitely appreciate that for sure. So yeah, it's like signage, but it's also identity. So yeah, I get it. I support the variance.
All right. Mackenzie?
Thanks. I don't have a ton to add, except for, just considering the precedent that it may set. Obviously, a zoning variance isn't necessarily precedent setting. That's why it's a variance. But I do think, Emily, to your point about it being a different scene than downtown, it is right now, but it might not be forever. We imagine the waterfront to become a little bit more urban over time. And so I do think that we're going to expect more development here. And I think it's important for us to consider precedent. And as far as what else, the BZA, they would also look at this being like, is it a self-inflicted problem, which it totally is, to choose to have a certain amount of signage as opposed to what's allowed. And so, I know we'll come up with some language for the BZA in support, but I think, that piece of it, I feel like they may come down on you for that, just, for that point. But in general, I support it. I think we need more comprehensive wayfinding packages like this. I do think in a lot of regards, it's a good precedent to set. But I understand also that this is like a little bit of an experimental zone, like building up the waterfront and having a medical compound in the downtown area. These are different things. So, yeah, happy to support it. Just kind of keeping those things in mind as we make decisions.
Thanks, Mackenzie. Thanks, everybody. Lisa, I see your hand.
Yeah. Do you mind if I give you my opinion?
Sure.
So Ife, could you pull up like the render? I think the rendering probably that. Yeah. I just want to point out, like, with this, the waterfront design guidelines, and so yeah. So there's there's the signage for the building on the front of the building and on the side of the building. And then there's this big monument sign at the entrance saying that you're entering into Guthrie. So I guess one of my questions is, why do you need that monument sign? You already know you're there. There's two big signs on the building, and then there's a gigantic monument sign right against the public way. Like, why would you need that? To me, it's like from a design point of view, it's not necessary in any way. You're at Guthrie. You've already arrived. You've seen the sign. So that is my comment. Thank you for letting me.
Okay. Some of what I feel like I've heard I think there's pretty broad support for the sign package in total. Mitch mentioned a couple signs that could be cut. There's signs 4 and 5, I believe, on the list, the pedestrian directional sign and the informational kiosk sign. But I didn't hear from him a strong push to cut those signs. And I also heard from Lisa that the monument sign, which is one of the larger freestanding signs, could be cut. And I kind of buy that argument myself. And maybe a little bit stronger push to try to cut that sign. Let's go back to the view of where that sign is. That's on the main sort of road in adjacent to the promenade. Is that right? Do I have that correct?
Yes. Let me hold on.
And maybe as we look at that, Rob, if this makes sense, I know the other Scott has worked on a number of Guthrie projects, and certainly part of this is driven by what a site plan that Guthrie is comfortable with.
Sure.
And maybe some of that rationale, Scott, if you could address some of the thinking of that as well in terms of how Guthrie sees its site plan fitting in.
It looks like the same package that's used in the Corning Guthrie
Very
that is
simple.
on a highway, basically. Yeah.
Scott, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, this is Guthrie, as you know, I think it's already been pointed out by several of the board members, with medical, wayfinding is critical, and there never seems to be enough signage. And then when you have too much signage, it can become confusing. So it's a fine balancing act between, what's really needed and what's excessive. I think the two building mounted signs facing east and south, they're high on the elevations. They're kind of the beacons that help direct people there that might be trying to find it from out on Route 13 or something like that. The monument sign, its purpose really is just to, you've arrived at your destination. You might not see the building mounted signs at that point because your vision is down low. You're driving or you're riding in a vehicle and you're not really looking up to a 3rd story sign on a facade. So you can make an argument that both are needed. I understand the board's concern with maybe having all 3 of them though too.
There is, and I remember we talked about this as we looked at the package of, again, the question of too many signs and not enough. There's something reassuring always about signage too. And Mitch, you mentioned, I think, the people are heading for a medical facility, not always, they're a little nervous. And to see that signage, to know, okay, here, parking, I'm going to move in. I remember we had that conversation as well. So that maybe is in the mix.
One thing I would like to add for this monument sign is not just for the branding itself. As you see, we have a list of services that they could provide for Guthrie. So that would be a similar purpose for this one as well. But in smaller font, as people are turning in from the road, they can see like what they are providing for you. But then the building sign itself, just for branding purpose only, which I think, they have a slightly difference between those two signs.
Thank you for that. So I think for the last time, probably we'll go around the room and just get a reaction on how people feel about the monument sign specifically. And then Garrick, I think I will start with you again.
Yeah, I agree with Lisa that it's not absolutely necessary, and I don't feel strongly, but I err on the side of keeping it for kind of the reasons Scott and I think Mitch outlined. People are having anxiety when they go to the doctor, and you don't want to be trying to look up high on a building to see a sign to make sure you're in the right place. I think it's nice to see something at the human level and at a human scale that says, you've arrived to the place where you're going to be treated. And I just think that I know when I go to the doctor, it takes someone to the doctor, there's anxiety about being at the right place and being at the right time. And I always welcome that extra signage personally. So again, I don't feel strongly. I agree. It doesn't, from a programmatic sense, it's not absolutely necessary, but I think it's an attractive sign and I think it will help people.
Okay. Emily.
I agree. I wouldn't necessarily recommend to remove it. I wonder if our language to the BZA could just be something suggesting the signs that Mitch indicated, and then the monument. If they're going to cut something, we would suggest those. But
Okay.
I don't have strong feelings to cut it right now.
Yeah, that's an interesting suggestion. Thank you for that. Mitch.
Yeah, I agree with Emily. I mean, I think the package is fine, but if there are places where we could pull back, I still think that the pedestrian directional signage P and I don't know how people feel about the information kiosk. I mean, it's a nice idea, I guess, because it's a unique waterfront promenade and there's the kayak launch and there's a bunch of things happening. But I kind of feel like if I'm looking 3 or 5 years down the road, that's the kind of thing that could end up looking kind of sad and nobody's really paying attention to it anymore.
Yeah, I agree. CJ.
Interesting comments. I was curious to hear more about Lisa's concerns just about, it seemed to be about the building signage primarily, but was it also about the monument signs? Just kind of curious if there's concern about where the extent the sign can be viewed from, the geographic extent, or just if you could elaborate on that.
I think in general, this is the first big commercial building for the waterfront. And so, I mean, in other parts of the city, we've said you absolutely shouldn't have signage high up on your building. You shouldn't have signage on multiple front, like it's a lot of signage and it gives a character to the waterfront. And so that character to me now, so I'm concerned about the shining of the lights. I'm concerned about, driving by and seeing these illuminated signs and then, it just being overwhelming as you arrive that, it's Guthrie. There's a gigantic parking lot in front of it. It's all this signage and then just, I think the totality of making it's so much signage that it makes it a character defining feature of the Newman district. That's my concern. Make sense? Does that make sense?
I think so.
Yeah, thank you.
McKinsey.
Yeah, I think totality is a good word to use, Lisa, that like each of these signs on their own are attractive and maybe appropriate. But together there's certainly, visibility from the water and from neighborhoods. I feel like the monuments, I don't have strong feelings about the monument sign, and the kiosk I actually see as, my hope would be that it wouldn't end up being kind of like a sad and forgotten thing, because I feel like that stands to be the most useful for the public at large, not just necessarily Guthrie medical patients or staff. So yeah, because it's such a nice package, it's hard for me to say that there's one in particular sign that I think should be removed. If we really wanted to reduce the package, I'd want to do it in a very holistic way.
The wall signs could be based on the regulations that are allowed, 50 square feet.
Right. Given that there are so many street signs, the wall signs could be smaller. Yeah, it feels a little hard for me on the spot to think about what those solutions would be. If we're not feeling comfortable as a board, like supporting this with the BZA, then I think we should definitely ask the applicants to come back with something new and not kind of send them into where we know they might fail with zoning. Not that I think that they would, but it would feel better if we all supported it, So I'm sorry to not have any like stronger recommendations or feelings. I feel like if we wanted to change it, we would maybe ask the applicant to go back and change it as opposed to us right now trying to reconfigure something that's fairly comprehensive and thoughtful. We're not just looking at like 2 signs like we often are.
Thank you for that. Let me try to sum up CJ, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask if the concerns also were relative to brightness. I'm wondering if something that may be useful for the team is just to explain the photocell technology and about the scheduled dimming or opportunities to manually dim. That was a detail that came up recently in a College Town project. And then just about how, just information about the illuminance. If that's really the concern, I think that maybe the illuminance could be managed in a way that maybe would help balance out the character aspects. I don't know, just an idea.
Emily?
Also, to add to CJ's question, is this facility open at night? I was under the impression maybe it was a daytime only since we were swapping parking. So is there a need to have it, to have those building signs illuminated at night?
There's some questions out for the applicant, whoever wants to take it on the applicant team.
Scott, do you want to begin?
I
Or Ife, sorry.
Scott, if you have anything, you can go ahead and I can.
Sure. I would think that the building is open during the day currently. It probably will close at 6 or 7 in the evening. There's not like an emergency 24-hour service at the building at this point in time. So certainly that building mounted signage, like say on a winter day when it gets dark at 5 p.m. or something, it might be nice to have that lighting, or that's the building mounted signs lit. But we could certainly use some type of timer that would regulate when they would shut off in the evening, say at, an hour after the building closes, or whatever the board is comfortable with. I don't think that's an issue. Without the applicant present at the meeting tonight, I'm not sure what I dare offer, but the building or the sign obviously on the south facade, the main facade, is probably the most critical building mounted sign. The one on the east was more for wayfinding and directional from Route 13. People coming from the north down Route 13 headed south on that road. It's possible that sign could be eliminated or simplified. Maybe it's just the word Guthrie. We don't have the smaller text underneath it. Maybe that comes off. It's just the logo and the word Guthrie, and maybe it's scaled down in size versus the one on the south elevation.
So let me ask an inter-team question live here, Ife and Scott. In terms of timing, coming back to the board as Mackenzie had suggested, where are we with timing? I know fabrication takes time. We're heading towards an opening, but if that's possible, I'm getting the feeling that the board would be comfortable with maybe some small changes that they could fully support.
I didn't get a feeling from the owners that they need this right now. If we have to cut it down a little bit, I think we have some time, but then I don't know, it is the client's decision to make whether they wanted to stay for another planning board meeting or just attend the meeting on May 4th.
Okay, go ahead, Scott.
No, it's just sounding like some fairly minimal changes. We're certainly hearing the board. We've thought through this package. We feel pretty good about it, but we're hearing your concerns, and they're reasonable ones. To come back, do a presentation, maybe even at PRC, right?
So that's interesting. Let me check in with Lisa. What do we need to do this month? I mean, so do we need to have a recommendation for BZA, regardless of whether or not we do the approval, which it sounds like we might punt on the approval, take a look at something new in a month? Do we need to put together a BZA recommendation regardless? Where are we?
So the signage is part of site plan. So until, they can't really, if you haven't approved it, then it doesn't make sense for them to go to BZA. So the paths are, you can approve it as is or ask for some changes if you need, or you can ask for, so you can approve it as is, or you can approve it as is and give your recommendation to BZA. You can approve it with certain changes and then make a recommendation to BZA based on these changes. You can ask for additional information to be brought back at a later. You can ask for revisions that you want to see at a later time, and then they would just it wouldn't go to BCA in May, it would go in June.
Okay,
Or
hearing,
whenever you are satisfied. So those are,
Sure.
I think, the three options, but it kind of has to happen at the same time because it's technically part of site plan review. And, sometimes signage is so simple that it's a very easy thing to look at it, but this is more complicated. So it's part of the site plan review. So you have to approve it too, not just give a recommendation to BCA.
so I'll say that I don't feel like I heard a consensus on what changes we would want. Like I didn't hear, more than one person say that the wall sign should be smaller. I didn't hear more than a couple people say the monument sign might go. I didn't hear more than a couple people say that the kiosk sign should go. So to me, there's a not a consensus on what the changes ought to be if there should be changes, which to me, having the applicant come back with another pass that is scaled back in whatever sense the applicant feels is most appropriate might be a reasonable way to go. But I think that'd have to be something that the board felt good about us doing, because we've spent, a fair bit of time trying to figure this out. I don't really necessarily want to walk away just to have us all do it all again in a month. So what does the board want to have happen next? Garrick, I saw a hand shrug.
I mean, I'm good to go ahead with it as is, but
Okay.
I don't feel strongly.
Emily.
I would move ahead with it with a few small changes. I like the suggestion Scott made of turning lights off an hour after, something reasonable after shutdown, and maybe scaling down the building signs. Those are my two that I would push forward with the package as is with those two changes.
Okay, Mitch.
Yeah, I also appreciate what Scott said about the east facade sign, about getting rid of the small text, downsizing that thing, just saying the word Guthrie, making that much smaller, and then possibly downsizing the south facade sign as well. I don't know, it has to be 50 square feet. Is that the requirement, Lisa? And they're over by 20 square feet. Is that the situation? So what that might look like in a revised rendering, I can't tell if that would even make a difference. It might not even visually appear as different to what it is, but I think those changes would be good. I'm fine with the kiosk sign if nobody else wants to get on that bandwagon. And I appreciate what Mackenzie said about that that's for the public. But the pedestrian directional signs, I'm still having a little bit of an issue. They seem gratuitous, but I'll let it go. It's fine.
Mackenzie?
I agree with the proposed downscaling that Emily and Mitch have described, and I trust the applicant to kind of take our feedback and be creative with it also. We're looking for, maybe something closer to regulation scale on the buildings. And otherwise, I'm pretty comfortable with it, and I think it might be a little bit of an easier sell to the BZA if we get a little bit smaller with some of the building signs.
Okay. CJ.
Yeah, I'd echo those comments, and also again, I would emphasize the technology. If it's about photocell, I would try to get the foot candles way down over ambient. I think that's really important, and to them not kind of taking over the signage, kind of taking over everything in the area relative to wayfinding. So
Excellent. So I feel, Garrick.
All right, Rob. It's just that
No worries.
when you always go at the beginning and then everyone, I guess having gone through the whole loop, I'm good with it as is, but I actually think the suggestions that Mitch and Emily made are improvements. So, if there is time to push this back another month, I like it now, but I would like it even more with the changes Emily and Mitch proposed.
Excellent. So I am hearing a consensus now. And the consensus is this package fills a real need, but could still fill that need and would probably be a better package with some downscaled wall sizing, some timing, have on the illumination. And that really was the crux of the changes I heard. Now, do we need to have that come back to us, or can we write that out in a resolution? And for that, I'm going to ask Lisa.
it's up to you. I have a resolution, like a draft resolution. I didn't know where you were going to go with this. So I have a resolution and it doesn't say what the conditions are, but if you want to do the language now, you could do that, or they could come back next month with those revisions so you can see what they look like. Either way.
Because I don't, I mean, like Mitch said, I don't necessarily know what the smaller sign would look like on the building. I wouldn't mind just having it come back. I think it can go much faster next month than it did this month, because I feel like we've had the conversation. So I'd ask the applicant, is there any reason not to have you come back? I mean, would it be a lot better for you to have an approval with, some conditions on it today?
My only concern would be over fabrication time and deadline, and I don't know the answer to that question. Ife or Scott? We don't have
and because we are, can you hear me?
You're a little crackly, but I can hear you.
Can you hear me okay? Because I have been. Okay, so actually we are on busy meeting for May, but then if we have to push back for a month, we are going back to the busy July. So we don't have a spot on June. So that is the only concern we have. Just we are pushing 2 months away from here.
Okay. That's 2 months with a 1 month push on our end. I think we could craft these conditions. I feel like we have a consensus. I think we could ask for submission of downscaled wall size and information about illumination and the timing of that illumination, and address the concerns that I've heard today. Is there anybody who would not be comfortable with that? I think maybe that's the easiest way to ask the question. All right, I'm seeing a general consensus from the board. Lisa, let's check back in with you.
Yeah, so Ife, can you stop sharing and I can just pull up the resolution and we can just get this. I want to make sure I capture what you okay. Do you see the resolution?
We do.
Okay, so very simple, right? It just lists the signage in the package. So conformance with waterfront sign guidelines and found the following. We can, I guess we didn't really talk about that. I don't, and we could just say you found it compliant if that's the way you feel. And then we could just do the conditions. So what I heard was revised signage for the east and south wall signs.
I believe that's accurate.
To be closer to the allowed limit.
Yep.
Well, I think the east sign could be smaller than the allowed limit.
I think the east side could be within the allowed limit.
Or smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, because I agree, the east could be smaller. The south is more critical. Our thinking.
And so the south walled sign, you're comfortable with that? Should I take any mention of that size out of it, or do you want to see?
I had heard some downscaling with that as well, although that could be me misremembering the conversation. I understood that both wall signs would be getting somewhat smaller in the revised package. I'm seeing Ife nod.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So let's say that.
I mean, to me, it was a little bit different, Rob. There was a little bit of a nuance. The east sign would have text taken away, and the whole thing would be downsized below the 50 square foot requirement. Okay. The south facing one, I had proposed to, ask to have seen that within the 50 square foot requirement, just to see what that change would look like.
Sure.
But keeping the same text, keeping the, the logo, the whole thing. So they're a little different, what we're asking for.
So the south sign would be the same design.
Right. but within
But
the 50%.
scaled closer to the allowed limit, if
Right.
not at the allowed. Scaled closer to allowed limit. And the east side would be simplified to just be the Guthrie name.
Correct.
And smaller.
Simplified to, and simplified. So what would it read? With just Guthrie, or is it just the logo, or what do we?
Just Guthrie, I believe, is what was discussed. And then within the 50-foot limit or smaller.
Could it be the logo and the word Guthrie in the 50-foot limit?
I don't know. I mean, to me, as we craft this, I wonder, do we want to see it? Was I wrong in saying we could craft these conditions? Because I don't know if we can. The applicant's asking a very reasonable question that I don't have the answer to. Garrick.
Probably in the past, I think, can we just do an email circulation? I mean, I think what we're going to do is maybe put the
Yeah, we
intent,
can do that. That's
Yeah.
right.
the intent
Good
of the
point.
goal,
Yeah.
but let them go back
Good
and
point.
take
Yeah.
a day
Email it
or
around.
two. And,
Yeah.
and,
Okay.
you know,
That's a really good point.
Let's do that. Thank you, Garrick.
And then the turning the light off at night. I saw that. I think that's very important.
Yep.
Timer. Or when building is not after dark, but you want to say when building is not open, when facility is not open.
That makes sense to me.
Or a certain number of hours after it closes or something.
Yeah.
I would think certainly by 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. you'd probably want to shut it off.
Yep. And I think CJ mentioned some information about that illumination, getting that submitted. The technology behind it, some of the measurements relating to that. I think that makes sense.
You said the foot candles should be below ambience.
Okay, those.
Anything else?
Especially
Anything else?
concerned from the waterfront that you were saying, just being mindful of that.
Excellent. Any other conditions that we want to try to look at on this resolution? All right. So Lisa, just to check in procedurally, we would vote on this resolution today. The applicant would submit things via email. We would review that and approve that via email, and the applicant would be able to make its BZA meeting in a month. Does that sound right?
You wouldn't, I mean, I guess, so you couldn't vote over
Couldn't
email.
vote by
but you
email,
vote,
but
yeah,
give
you
it-
vote now, and then you either, I can circulate the information. If you have any additional comments or you're not satisfied, you could ask them to come back. I guess I also just want to add, with the design guidelines, the positive things you mentioned were it was attractive signage, it was attractive package, it was comprehensive. I'd want to put those things in there.
I think mentioning, because I think that almost everyone on the board mentioned the importance of medical wayfinding and that the ability of this package to address that. I think that's worth mentioning.
And also shared public-private parking.
That's right.
It's a benefit to the community.
It requires some signage to make navigable.
All right, so the conditions would be, I would, make these more clear.
Sure.
And you can, I can circulate it to you for comment, and I think that would work.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes a ton of sense. So I realized that we probably should have moved the resolution before we started editing
Yes,
it.
we should have,
but I feel like we're ready to move the resolution.
Yeah.
I think it's that time. Is there a motion for the resolution before us? I saw Garrick move, and I saw Mitch second. Do want to open it up for discussion. I realize we've been discussing it, but are there any other conditions or any other pieces of information we want included in this resolution before we vote on it? Seeing none, I am going to move into a roll call vote, like I said I was going to. Mitch, I'm going to start with you.
Yes.
Garrick,
Yes.
Mackenzie,
Yes.
CJ,
Yes.
Emily,
Yes.
and I also vote yes. So that does pass unanimously, and we'll look forward to seeing the additional information requested before your BZA meeting.
Great. We'll make sure to do that.
Thanks, guys. I realize that was about an hour spent on a signed package, but I feel like we did good work.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Night.
Good night.
Night.
And we're only 10 minutes behind, so it's okay that we.
Yeah. Could be worse. We were a half an hour ahead, but you know, tragedies happen. That brings us to 815 South Aurora Street. An hour ahead, but you know, tragedies happen. That brings us. Somebody needs to turn off their YouTube stream.
Yes, please mute.
It looks like there's 3 of you. Is the gang all here?
I'm not sure that the gang is all here, with all due respect.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? There we go.
I'm sending Nick in. Yeah.
Very good.
Okay.
All right. Looks like we've got more of you now. As soon as you're ready, please introduce yourself. Take it away.
I guess I'll start. Noah Demarest with Stream. I don't know if we need to go through introductions for everybody, but maybe people as they speak can introduce themselves if there's anything to comment. We do have Todd here, as well as Nick Robertson, who's the contractor. So this, just very briefly, this is a continuation of our conversation last month about the suggested proposed changes to the materials for the exterior of 815 South Aurora. Since last month, Nick and his team had put together a mock-up, which I believe most of you got an opportunity to see, and we saw some comments about those mock-ups. One of the things, and I think the comments were varied. You know, I think there are still some concerns, it sounds like. One of the things I did want to just point out about the mock-up, which may or may not have been super clear, is that the focus was on the brick in terms of trying to replicate the brick and demonstrate the sort of look and feel of that material. As well as we really asked them to look at the joints of how things come together. There was a question last time about, with the panelization of these, how the two materials, how the wall panels would come together. So we did intentionally show a caulk joint of where those joints would come together, which is coincidentally identical to what you would see in a real brick application, where you have a control joint, an expansion joint where real brick comes together. To my eye, it looked identical. So we did want to see that though, because that was a concern even of our team of what that might look like. But the other thing to know is just like the colors are not exact, and the band, in fact, maybe if I could share my screen, I'm looking at it, but I should just share it. So I'm just talking about the mock-up. So many of you saw this. So the brick, I think, was, again, to my eye as the architect, I thought it was pretty convincing. I know there's questions about durability, which I think Bob and others maybe can speak to a little bit. But I just wanted to point out, like, this exact profile, that's not really, we just asked them to use something because these are all custom profiles that need to be fabricated. So for the mock-up, they just use something similar. The color's not exactly right. But the real focus, I think, of the conversation is about the metal panel, the alternative to the metal panel. So, we'd love to hear more feedback from you, from everybody, about how they feel about that particularly, again, as well as the brick. The blue color, which is on the other side, and the white color, those aren't changing. Those have already been part of the original submission. So the focus has been on the metal and the brick. And I think with that, I'll just let, either Todd, Nick, or Bob add anything they'd like to that.
Yeah, this is Bob with Drive It Systems, and thank you for having us back again here. I don't know that I have anything to add to that, Noah, at this point. If some questions come up that I can be of some assistance with, I'm happy to do that.
And actually, sorry, I know there were two comments. I might as well just put them out there that we wanted to respond to or get more information about. So one was the durability of the material, both like short term from impact, that kind of thing, as well as sort of long term. So Bob could probably speak to that a little bit in terms of warranty, in terms of how the brick can be replaced. And I focus on the brick because that's closer to the ground. Those are areas which might get impacted or damaged, would need to be replaced. So that was one thing that maybe Bob can speak to. And then the other one was the comment about how these materials can get dirty and how they, how easy or hard it is to clean them. And I think it's a fair question, but I also think that it's a question for all materials. I don't think it's a unique thing for a Drive It system. I think it's equally an issue for real brick, equally an issue for, as we know, around the city, you look at any building, including City Hall, for example, with real materials. We all pick on, myself included, the library because of how dirty it is, the Tompkins County Library. But we all have to recognize that building literally has never been cleaned in almost 20 years. So it's not, I don't think it's a question inherent to the material. I think it's a question about maintenance and really about how easy it is, perhaps, or hard it is to clean. And so again, maybe Bob, you could speak to those 2 points.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so to break that down between what might be impact resistance and what might be cleaning, we'll start with impact resistance. And I think that this is something that we have presented to you on here in the last couple of rounds, or my participation with this group and on this project. So from an impact standpoint, the durability of an EIFS system or synthetic stucco, we're not going to go down that road, but this brick material in itself has a higher impact resistance than, say, a standard eaves cladding does. Uniquely enough, because this is an insulated material, right? That's the new technology behind this brick veneer option, is because it is a rigid board insulated material, it has a inherent and unique capacity to absorb impact stresses. So when it's hit with impacts like a hammer head, that stress is absorbed and then expanded out across the surface. So from an impact standpoint, it is nowhere near as brittle or as hard as a traditional thin brick material, or even a traditional full core brick material that in many cases when hit with the head of a hammer will literally shatter. So in comparison, it has, in my professional opinion, has a more durable impact resistance than the materials that we're offering to replicate here. If an impact were to happen, this is a very easy to cut out of place and replace the materials and remortar them into place. Not unlike anything you would do if you had impact damage to a thin brick veneer. There may have even been some concern about impact from being hit by a vehicle. And I really can't speak to that, right? I think an impact of a vehicle is going to do enough damage to any wall assembly, irregardless of what the materials are. but certainly this is a material that has a valid and durability and high impact resistance to it when compared to other brick or real brick materials. And it is easily repaired if that damage were to take place. From a standpoint of cleaning, we may have touched upon this as well, but an ETH surface is very easy to clean, right? Anything, as Noah has pointed out, that has some property of texture is going to absorb some capacity of airborne dirt. But this type of surface can be very easily cleaned through a simple power washing process. There are cleaners within our industry that are not harmful to environment that can be used to enhance that cleanability. And then the smoother the finished material is, the more resistant it will be to dirt collection. So whereas we are proposing an area of the building as a substitution to traditional metal panel, that area would have a very smooth surface to it, so it inherently will collect far less airborne dirt. And we're looking at other softer textures to complement that low maintenance aspect as well. I'm not sure if that might have, I think, tried to cover the two primary points, concerns there. Noah, did I miss something, or you want us to add?
I think that was good. I think one thing I would maybe want to add or clarify. So when you're, for example, power washing these materials, just to be clear, the color and the material itself is sort of integrated into it. So it's not as if it's a product that you could literally power wash off like the charcoal gray on the brick. It's that charcoal gray is in that stucco material. It's not going to get washed away when you
That is correct. The color is integral to the finish, the final finish on the brick or on the wall. And there are protocols for proper power washing. Uniquely enough, it does not take a very high PSI at all to clean these surfaces. And so, yeah, the color, from a color standpoint, that is integral to the material and would not come off through a power washing event.
Great. So then I think that's it, Bob, and it's just maybe Todd or Nick, if there's anything else to add before we hear.
Yeah, I would just quickly add, with the concern of the brick and getting hit by a car, I would look at the site plan, and the brick is nowhere near anywhere where you could actually get hit by a car. Also, the buildings are set back. I don't know, Noah, what it is from the sidewalk, but if people are walking down the sidewalk, is it 45 feet away?
Yeah, I mean, there's this, just to clarify, there is this one area where we have the overhead door, but that's not, it's not an area where people are driving. This is the fire lane, and this door was something we created to look more glassy and sort of upgrade the look to what is really a utility door to the basement level. So it's not something that occupants of the building are using on a daily basis. And Todd's right, from the street, it's 30, 40 feet back from any vehicles.
Right. Yeah, and I would also make one more comment too about the cleanliness of the building and the concern with that. I actually sent Noah some pictures. I was hoping he was going to share them, of the La Valley house that was redone and turned into condos, and they have lapboard siding that's, I believe, hardy, and it's smooth finish. And I was in shock by how much dirt was on the siding of that building. And I would actually encourage everyone to drive by and see it for yourself. So it's really not an issue of the material. It's more of the maintenance and the management of the buildings. So yeah, I mean, from our standpoint, we're not concerned. I think a building's going to get dirty one way or another. It's all about, how you take care of it. So, and those are really only the two comments that I had.
I would just add that from a contractor perspective, we really measure durability in terms of warranty, right? What is a manufacturer, what is an installer willing to stand behind? And this would come with a 17-year warranty, which you look at products like Hardy Board and some other reasonable commercial materials that don't come with that type of warranty. And so as a contractor that doesn't want to be called back, 3, 4, 5 years later, we wouldn't bring, facade materials to the table that come with flimsy or unenforceable warranties. And so with a 17-year warranty, I think that speaks for itself.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the applicant walking us through that. I will say I feel like I did hear a consensus in the comments from the board, both in the last meeting and in the emailed responses to the view of the mock-up. But perhaps things heard in today's presentation have changed some of those opinions. We'll walk around the room and sort of see what people have to say. Mitch, I'd start with you.
Yeah, okay. So I just kind of remembering the early conversations about this building and how there was kind of a moment in time where we asked you guys to take another look at the materiality of the building, and you came back to us with the one that we approved, the project that we approved. And at least me personally, I was really happy with those changes. And I think the inclusion of some of these nicer materials, the brick instead of the stone, the trim, the metal paneling was the thing that allowed me to, vote for approval. I really liked it. I liked the design. So I think we've taken a step back here. I'd have to say specifically, I'm okay with the replacement of the standing seam metal. I get that. The modified stucco, we've already approved, so that's fine. The stucco panels that we saw in the mock-up are fine. The thing that I'm really just trying to wrap my head around are the brick and the trim. And I'm just worried that we're setting a precedent here that says, we approve a building with high quality materials, but then you come back and we say okay to that. And I'm worried about that. I mean, in the end, aesthetically, yes, it looks exactly the same, probably from 30 feet away. But it's a lesser quality material. And if we're allowing these materials into our buildings in Ithaca, I don't know where that's going to lead us. So concerned about it. Like to hear what other people think.
CJ.
Yeah, I would share the concern about the brick.
Garrick.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, I echo Mitch's concern. I mean, this was a project that we discussed in great detail. I think there were a lot of objections to the massing and the resolution or the balancing of the benefits and the costs was in high quality materials. Here I see then a step down in the quality of the materials with no kind of compensatory benefit. So it's really just, I think it's just a reduction in cost, nothing more than that. Having said that, I know that it's an expensive site to develop, very expensive site to develop. But it's a very visible site, and this is not a hotel on Route 13 with a 30 or 40-year expected life. It's a building that's central to the city and could be there for 100 years. And so that just leaves me then with, what do I think about the durability and cleanability and how is this going to look? I mean, I'm not even worried about 17 years. I'm worried about 40 years and 60 years and 80 years. I won't be around to deal with the problem, but somebody will. And there, I don't have the technical knowledge to foresee how this building is going to weather and look in 60 or 70 years. So I just don't see a lot of reason to accept this change. But I look to my colleagues with more technical knowledge, Mitch and Emily, more architectural knowledge to tell me I shouldn't be concerned. And if that's what I hear, then I would go along with that.
Thank you, Emily.
I agree 100%. I think we saw the high quality materials as mitigations for lack of sun to neighbors, the height, the mass on the site. And so I've had trouble letting go of the mitigations that were already passed when nothing else is changing about the building. I hear what you're saying about it's a maintenance issue. It's not a material issue, but we can't control maintenance. This board can only control the materials. And I do think that metal panel and brick is not going to allow some of the mildew and the mold and the things that we've seen, even if it's a different, better product. Like Eric said, 40, 50 years, we don't know what we're going to see. So I have a lot of trouble also approving this change.
Thank you, Emily. So yeah, I feel like we just heard the same consensus we heard last month, and we heard the same consensus that we saw via email. In the intervening time, we've had a couple presentations from you guys, and we've had obviously the mock-up, which most of us have gone and seen. For my own piece, the mock-up was way more durable feeling than I was worried about, right? So for that much, great. But I'll also say that I don't trust my own technical expertise here. I trust, that of my colleagues, Emily, Mitch, and Elizabeth, who couldn't be with us tonight, who have been very consistent in their appraisals of the mock-up and this material and this strategy. You also have an approved project. It's not the case where you're coming to us with a new project and we've got to keep working through design changes to get to something that can happen. You have an approved project, and at this point you're trying to get us to sign off on your value engineering, and you are hearing a uniform lack of enthusiasm for doing that, and seeing from the board's perspective not a real reason to do that. So I don't know how much value there is in continuing the conversation about this, because I don't see any enthusiasm on any portion of the board to approve these changes.
Hi, Rob. Can I make a comment? My name's
Sure.
Ray Rizzi. I work for Drive It. I'm the local sales guy for New England, New York. We've done a lot of projects nationwide, and we've matched, historical bricks, where we were able to go right up against the historical building and uniformly match that color, texture, to the point where you can't really tell the difference. Locally, on a local level, we haven't really done too much in the upstate New York market. We've done a few buildings, but I can tell you we've done a couple projects in downtown Providence with this new brick product, and I can provide those photos if you'd like. It's right on the street level, right on the side where you can easily drive up with a car. I mean, you go look at any brick job, whether it be thin brick or full brick, and if you really look at that wall, you'll see lots of imperfections. It's what makes the brick. The thing with the panels, though, is when you go with the thin brick panels, depending on how the installer installs them, you'll notice that you'll see a lot of critical light failures on there, where you're looking at it and you can see where the panels actually pop out from the light hitting it, because those systems are only as straight as the substrate. The thing with the new brick system is you will not have those problems with our new brick assembly. So it's just a thought. I know that there's a lot of questions and concerns with it, but if you look at any really full brick or thin brick job, you'll see that there's a lot of imperfections and with those products as well.
I hear that, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Lisa, I'd like to check in with you, because I'm hearing sort of a resounding consensus from the board. I'm hearing from the applicant that this is the strategy they want to do. We certainly aren't going to approve anything today. I mean, I haven't heard any indication that that's even in the offing. So where does that leave us? What can we do?
Well, I mean, they're asking for this change, and you don't have to approve it. If you don't approve it, then again, I think you have options. You can say, no, you need to build, we approve these other materials and that's what we want to see. You can ask them to come back with more information, or not more information about this, or different, a different proposal. You don't have to approve the changes. Is that helpful?
I guess. I mean, I mean, we're not approving the changes today.
Right.
I'm not hearing anything from the board that says, if only I knew this, I would approve it next month, right? Like, that's not the consensus I'm hearing. The consensus I'm hearing is no. So maybe there's another proposal that makes sense. I mean, I will say that the thing I would most like to see is I would like to see the applicant build the project that got approved. I don't necessarily know that there's too much else for us to say today.
If I could offer one more consideration, I think in the review, as you walked through the various panel members, I heard the comment that there was certainly more resistance to the consideration for the brick area, but maybe a willingness to accept the alternate consideration for the metal siding area. Is that something that could be considered here today?
I think that there's nothing that's going to get approved today, because even if we were to make that change, we haven't sort of seen that plan, and we're not going to see that plan today. I believe you heard from one member of the board that was more comfortable with the metal substitute. I'll say for my own personal piece, the part of the mock-up that was supposed to represent metal, I thought was the least successful part of the mock-up. I was actually way more comfortable with the brick. Again, I'll say that my own architectural opinions are some of the less important architectural opinions on this board. But that was my reaction. So I think that if there's going to be another plan from the applicant, we need to see that other plan, and we would take it up, like we would anything. Garrick, I see your hand.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Sorry, I just wanted to say for my own take on this, I know building costs have gone through the roof. Materials are hard to come by, and so there's an obvious and a very understandable incentive on the part of the applicant to try to reduce construction costs. I understand that. I do. And then we hear two representatives from a manufacturer who also have obvious and understandable incentives to want to sell the product they represent. That's their job. What I need to hear, in order to be able to consider change like this is an independent person who doesn't have an incentive one way or another, who can come in and say, this is not lowering the quality materials. This is going to result in a building that's of equal or higher quality than what we approved a few months ago. And if it was an independent person, and I don't know who it would be, but I don't know, professor of material science, some other university or something like that, who was truly independent, then I would really, I think, be willing to go along with this. But I can't just take the opinion of two folks who, understandably have a very strong incentive to convince me that this is not a degradation of the quality, and just say, okay.
Garrick, would it help if we were to give you individual case studies that we've done on several projects throughout the nation?
Again, I'm not quite, I'm thinking off the fly here, but it would need to be an independent expert. So not a white paper from the manufacturer or something like that, but someone, a professor of material science or someone who studies these things, who would have an independent report and say that this is, the same quality of what was proposed in the approved design. I can't say specifically what would constitute that, but I guess it's at the end of the day. Again, I'm not saying that anyone's engaged in any kind of nefarious behavior, but just as a board member representing the public, I feel like I need to have independent evidence that this material will, survive, that will perform as advertised.
Understandable.
If I could throw out a suggestion, it just came to my mind. What if it was somebody like someone on a historic commission from another city that has gone through these kinds of discussions and ultimately accepted this product within the context of, Ray mentioned Providence, for example. Maybe there's someone we could reach out to who could offer that sort of independent, opinion. And the other thought that I just wanted to throw out there is maybe in terms of case studies, there's a lot of concerns about the long-term life of these products, which I think is understandable because a lot of these technologies are newer. I know they've mentioned that Drive-It has been around for many years. I mean, it's more than 30 years old, but the products that were built 30 years ago are not the same products that are built today. Having said that, I wonder if we could go back in time, find some case studies that are still holding shape with proper maintenance that are 20, 30 years old, if that would help, it's not a brand new product or project, but something that does have some life to it.
So the applicant has some questions. They've asked Garrick specifically, but I think it's a fair question for sort of everyone on the board. To what extent would those types of information sources be inclined to possibly change your opinion on, the product that you've seen? Mitch, I'm just going to start with you and we'll go around the room.
Yeah, I think those would be helpful. I'd like to see the Providence example and talk to, the historic preservationist or, the building owner or somebody who's independent and can speak to that. I think that would be helpful. I want to see this project get built. We've spent a lot of time on it. It's a good project for the city. It's a good project for IC. I want to see it built. So if there's a way we can work through this, I'm all for it. I just really need to be convinced, I guess. And I think that's a good direction.
Garrick?
Yeah, I agree. I can't respond specifically to what Noah said, but something, Noah, I think along those lines of, someone we could credibly point to as an independent expert. I feel like that's what I need. I mean, at the end of the day here, I'm thinking about, all the conversations we had with the neighbors and, and other stakeholders. And I feel like that I'm representing the public here. And that in order to say that, sign off on this, I have to be able to assure the public that I heard from independent experts and I just didn't take the word of the manufacturer. And so, I think maybe bringing in a historic expert from Providence would be, exactly the kind of thing that I would need to be able to, defend the decision to the public who entrusted me with this decision, along with my colleagues.
Emily?
Yeah, I agree. I think we should look at those sources, and that could be a strong argument.
CJ?
Yeah, ditto all that.
Mackenzie?
I appreciate the recommendation, and I think that it would be helpful. I also want to see this project get built, and I'll admit that I haven't been able to look at the material samples, so I feel slightly, out of order making a request, but I do trust my board member colleagues.
Thanks, Mackenzie. So I think you hear from the board that, they're definitely willing to look at more information. I do want to make the distinction. So normally when we're asking for more information for a project that's up for approval, there's this expectation that, everybody's definitely working towards an approval. That's definitely what's going to happen. With a project that's already been approved and a set of changes that's really driven by value engineering, I don't think the applicant can rely on that same expectation. I think the board is very willing to consider whatever you bring before us. But I am hearing a consensus of no, based on what we've seen so far. And I don't necessarily know that more information will cause that consensus to change. So I want the applicant to be cognizant of that as they bring forward the additional resources that, again, we're very happy to look at. Lisa?
I don't know if this has been said. I mean, I just wanted to say to the applicant, what I've heard the board say, or various members, is the brick and the detailing. If those could be the original, people feel more comfortable with the swap out of the metal panels. I mean, I haven't heard you. I mean, I think part of the problem is, and this happens sometimes, is you keep bringing back the same thing with different information. And so it's really hard to have a conversation. It's not having really a give and take. It's kind of backing the board into a corner in a way, like, what can you give? How can you respond other than just saying, okay, but we'll give you more information about how this is really a good material. I mean, can you just change the base and then you could still do, I mean, I don't know if that would be acceptable to the board, but I've certainly heard them say, members say that they like they're not as concerned about the metal panel swap out as they are about the base. And that would be a concession you could make to negotiate. Part of the problem is there's no real negotiation. It's just bringing back more information. I think that's hard. It's kind of hard to, it's just hard. It makes it difficult because,
yeah. Oh, I saw your hand.
Lisa, I really appreciate the feedback, and I totally understand the perspective, and I totally appreciate everyone's concerns with the project. I think really quickly, this exercise would actually be beneficial, not just for our project, but for future projects that come to the board. So I think there's definitely something that can be taken away from having kind of like this third party person, give feedback on these materials, because the same type of materials might come up for some other project for some other applicant. But with that said, I do agree that, finding some sort of compromise, and, I from the feedback that, I got, and I'm not sure if I'm like misreading it, but yeah, it did seem like the brick is more of the concern, that's more eye level. the concern about the durability and everything else. So, I mean, if that was, we were to say, okay, you know, keep the brick as the thin brick that was approved, you know, and switch the material, the metal panel to like a metal looking material, you know, does that seem like something, Rob, that would potentially be more supported by the board? Because I mean, it seems like that's something we're open to it, you know, like, I don't want to get in the weeds of it, but I mean, if you look at material prices, you know, a piece of OSB used to be $12 a sheet, and now it's $40 a sheet. You know, you can ask Nick, literally the day before we were supposed to sign our guaranteed maximum price contract, the framing contractor came back and increased the price for the metal studs by $200,000. And I mean, this is every subcontractor that has essentially done this to us. You know, it's not like we're making a ton of money off this and we're coming back and we're trying to fatten our pockets. It's more about the viability of the project. And, you know, I do want to build a building that you guys are happy with. And, you know, maybe the brick, you know, making that concession, and, you know, we're doing every VE option we can on the inside of the building as well. So, I mean, like every little bit helps. So if we were to make that concession, does that seem like something that the board might be able to be more open to?
I think probably. You definitely heard a member or two make that suggestion. And, you know, one of our board members who's had, you know, some fairly strong things to say about this material couldn't be here today. And so I'll say that, you know, in another conversation on another day, you know, the tone could be different. But, you know, I think that this board wants to see this project built. I think this board, you know, would certainly react more warmly to a proposal, you know, with some concession than no concession. And, you know, I think, you know, we're not there yet, but I think there's a desire to get to a yes.
Okay, that's fair.
So Rob, one of the things I wanted to just point out, so just so everybody knows in terms of the timeline, we have submitted the building permit drawings specifically for the foundation permit, because they are trying to gear up to go forward. As you know, as somebody mentioned, we do have an approved project with these materials. So it's really, we are just trying to hone in on these changes, and it may be, and so that process is ongoing, but it may be, you know, talking with Todd and Nick, if we were to substitute or not substitute the brick, keep the brick the way it was, and kind of hone in on the conversation of the metal panel, come back next month, perhaps with more information, more testimony, maybe even a different product. You know, we're all working really hard to try to figure out alternatives here. It's more of just I guess just letting everybody know the timeline and where we are. So we are trying to move forward. I think it's fair that we move forward with as many of the products specified that have been approved. And ideally, in my mind, it'd be great if we could hone in on, kind of simplify the conversation down to like that one area, you know, the metal panel. That would be really helpful in terms of simplifying the conversation for sure.
I think you also heard some reservations about the cornice material. I think that was a particular area of concern. So, I mean, I don't think, unfortunately, this can be simplified down to one product. I think you have submitted a suite of changes, while some of those changes have been more concerning to others than members of the board. And I think the idea of a brick concession would be well received. You know, everything that's changing from the original proposal, I think would get some attention when it came back, whenever it comes back.
Okay, that's fair.
Any other things that members of the board or members of staff would want to say? I think, you know, given the concerns of timing, we definitely want to try to, you know, be as clear as we can to the applicant on this. I mean, I think we have been, but if there's anything that members of the board or staff would like to say, now's a good time to do it. Lisa.
I would just say that just because of how long this is taking and and how busy the board is, definitely plan to come to project review committee if you have a new proposal or new information, so that you can kind of get some advance idea about what people think. I don't know. Does that seem like the right thing? It's only a few people, but at least you'll have a better idea.
I think that'd be worth doing.
Yep.
Anything else from members of the board? All right. Well, I think we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for your time, and I imagine we will see you again soon.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
That was another one that took longer than it was supposed to.
Well, everybody's here for the next project.
Righty.
Sort of need like a 30-second,
Do you
Like-
need a break? Yeah.
not like a 5-minute break, just like 30 seconds. You know, these things are intense. Just like,
Yeah, maybe we should take 2 minutes or something.
Yeah, CJ? Oh, I think that was just seconding the 2 minutes. No, that makes sense. Let's take a couple minutes and
That was bye.
yeah, we'll see you at 8:14.
Is Andy, hey, Brian, is Andy on your team?
I'm not sure if we have an Andy. Let's see, we have
Okay,
Jeff.
Andy Sharaba. I think he's not, but Andy, you're not on this team, right?
No, he must be the application right after. He's from TG Miller, right?
Yeah, I'll put him back in the loop. Okay, see you soon.
Put him back.
Hey, guys, it's Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Can you hear me okay? I'm trying to do this from my phone, which is a first for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I'm going to continue on that way then. I've got a heated 12-year-old baseball game that's underway, and we win this, we win the regular season. So,
Wow, that's some serious multitasking there.
well, I'm actually at home. I was waiting to make sure this worked before I left for the ballpark, but I'm going to leave now.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Hey, Donnie, your audio is working?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, gotcha.
My laptop a little figured out here.
If members of the board would just turn on their cameras when they're back, I'll start up when we have quorum. All right, I count 4. So that looks like quorum to me. Mitch and Garrick, if you're available, if you just flash your cameras so I know you're here, but I am going to get started. Thank you. Let's see, is the applicant here? It looks like everybody would be here. When you're ready, please introduce yourself and take it away.
Thank you very much. My name is Brian Bouchard with CHA Consulting, project engineer, sitting in place of James Trasher for my office this evening. We also have Jeff Githens from the development team. and then representatives from Cooper Carey, the project architect, both Tim Fish and Donnie Kim. We also have Amy Franco, landscape architect from my office. And just wanted to bring the revised drawings back to this board based on comments that we discussed briefly at the PRC, and focusing in really on a couple key changes. First, with the architectural changes dealing with the east wing of the building. Also, some revised landscape plans that we've put together with some more details, and then circling back on some of the seeker compliance items that we've submitted, and a few remaining items that we still have to work on based on Lisa's review of that. So with that, I'll turn it to Tim Fish to start with the architectural changes that were made. And then we'll circle back with landscaping in just a second.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everybody. So I think you might be familiar with these elevations. So this is, I think, what is a kind of minor appearance change, and then we'll get into more details on kind of what happened internally to the building here. But you can see the clouded area on the south elevation is really the only part that changed as a result of changing the first level on the east wing into all units instead of parking. So basically, the area that you see clouded, was a little bit recessed in the, well, it still is recessed, but basically it just turned into units on the first floor. And with that, you can see the before and after. I'll let Donnie Kim get into kind of some of the details. The plans here might help it make a lot more sense. So go ahead, Donnie.
Can you hear me now?
Now we've got you.
Okay, so the plan on the top is what we had before, and then plan on the bottom are the updates that we had. So we are eliminating the parking on the first floor of what we're calling the east wing here. And before we had 2-bedroom units here, 4 of them. And in lieu of that, we're adding the units from above down to the ground floor units, still keeping the trash room here at the corner and the mechanical rooms, but then converting the backside, which is abutting the tall site wall in the back, to a rentable storage unit for the residents and for the public as well. So we're adding about 9 units. We're adding 9 units, and we're losing 35 parking spaces total. And Jeff, our developer, he's talking with the landowner and everyone to allow the access for the parking deck, for after-hour uses for the general public.
Yeah, Donnie, can you hear me okay?
It's pretty distorted.
Is it? I'm sorry. Let me take it off of.
Oh, it just got a lot better.
That's better
I'm
now,
sorry,
Jeff.
I'm getting very. It's better. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if it's not. I'll give you a little background here quickly and turn it back to Donnie. But we had addressed this last week or 2 weeks ago in the PRC meeting. This had been several weeks in the making with our land seller, where we were always trying to see what we could do to make parking accommodations and try to isolate the parking that we were providing back to the Gateway Center to equal what we were displacing. And that was 152 spaces. After, some meaningful conversations, we were able to get that changed in our arrangement with our seller. The Gateway Center will get back what we're displacing. And it seemed to be a win for everyone in that it allowed us to remove the east parking area, convert at least the south part of it back to residential. The north part of the lowest level would never have been good residential because of where it is in the slope of the hill. And it eliminated a very complex structural system for that east wing of parking. We then have now consolidated parking solely to the west wing and have reduced the parking count from 302 spaces down to 267 spaces. And the way that parking is allocated then, it actually maintains the same parking ratio for our residents of about 0.22 spaces per resident. We have 115 spaces for our residents. There will be 122 spaces for Gateway Center office and retail tenants. And then there will be 30 spaces for Gateway Commons resident spaces. And the real beauty of this, not that this would not have been possible before, but we've established that the office spaces, which are 122 spaces, will be made available to the public after business hours. And we'll have an access controlled lot that will be for our monthly or residential parkers where appropriate. And then for the after hours use, it will become, essentially much like Green Street Garage, although automated with, parking access control and payment kiosks. So we felt this was a real win for the project. It reduced some real structural complications we were having. It helped to, kind of reduce parking overall, which I know the planning board had requested at many junctures. And it gave back Gateway Center what they're going to be losing, and it gave us the ratio that we wanted, and it gives the public parking. So we thought this was a real victory. The exterior elevation changes are very, very minimal, and so it's almost unrecognizable from what you'd seen previously in the elevation renderings. So Donnie, I'll turn it back to you, or answer any questions if there are any.
No, I think we'd hear more.
So that was it for the architecture portion.
Oh, great.
Are there any comments?
You want me to go through, Rob, the landscape changes and take comments at the end, or do you want to take them individually based on the scope?
Let's go ahead and work through the landscape changes as well.
So really with the landscape changes, what we tried to do based on comments and feedback at the last meeting was take what we had already shown. I think we're all fairly comfortable. This was the old plan where we kind of just showed the landscape schedule and the plan view and really try and paint the picture for you with some more details. So the revised plans that were submitted, and I will say that the actual rendering views have been changed out prior to this meeting for some more detail that we were able to add in the meantime, but this is sheet 402 from the civil set for the landscape plans, which details the trail. I think we're all fairly comfortable with this because we spent a lot of time with the distribution of landscape between the building and the trail side. But just very quickly, we've added some of the infrastructure components that'll be associated with the trail, from the interpretive signs to some of the benching and seating, a couple more graphics of what the landscaping and the plantings are actually within each one of these individual pocket areas that I'll go through in a
Excuse me,
second.
Brian, could you just zoom in so that covers as much space as possible so we can see it? Thanks.
Sure. Maybe I can just do this as well if that helps everybody's screen a little bit more. Mine's clouded because I have everybody's face on the side, but so yes, this is sheet 402. So this is the trail. We spent a lot of time on this. We have added some more of the graphics, and then we've also brought in Cooper Carey's architectural renderings, both on the plan view to identify the area that we're highlighting here, which is the trail sheet, and then bringing in some of those architectural views from the model. And what we've done here is really tried to distinguish between the various plantings so that there's not just one tree, and we are actually limited, within the rendering program. This isn't actually representative of the actual species, but more or less the form of the different shapes and styles of trees that we'll see along here. So the trail sheet was updated. We've also focused in on some of these pocket areas that we've talked about, more specifically this area here, which is more of a park-like setting. It does accomplish our need for the bioretention area to treat and manage stormwater. And we've shown a blown up view of that plan along with the corresponding architectural renderings, which have the buildings blocked out in the back, but where we have the existing trail and where we're going to make those improvements to the swapping of the parking area. The other sheet, the other portion of this sheet is the back area with the terraced landscape retaining wall. We've inset some of the images of what that will look like with the modular stone and the landscaping coming up there, along with the detailed view of the planting schedule in that little pocket area as well. So these sheets have been updated with a couple of the species plantings and their own specific schedule for each one of these pocket areas, and then showing it in a representative view of what we've done with the architectural renderings. You know, again, the plantings themselves aren't perfectly per species, but have really focused in on each one of these areas so that you can get a little more detail. There will be some deer resistant plantings that we've shown within the schedule that you've noticed, and we have added some additional screening to what is the more vertical height of the wall that's adjacent to that terraced landscaping, so that we can try and bring down the height of that wall a little bit too, understanding that this area does need to have accessibility for the fire department apparatus. But these would be tall, I think they're pencil junipers, so a deer resistant variety that can grow, you know, up to 10 feet tall, but still within the confines of the space that we have within that particular area as well. Moving down, we've taken some of these areas as well, which you're familiar with, between our courtyard space of the existing gateway building and our proposed building. We have more of a hardscape scenario. And then we brought in the city's planting plan, which will be established along that gateway entrance from State Street within this plan, along with a variety of the benches and plantings that you've seen with these graphic images. So here's the rendering of that courtyard space where we have between our building and the gateway building, which is more of a hardscape plaza. And then we've brought in the architectural rendering from the model of the gateway entrance, which is off of South State Street. Again, modeling what Erdman Anthony has done for the city in the finished construction of that retaining wall, with the exception of our cross connection for pedestrian access to the building there. These areas here focused inward of the building, so we had the trail kind of identified separately so that it wasn't as clouded all in one plan. So these are the various courtyard areas that are along the face of the building. Obviously, the residential courtyards are in the upper third level. So these would be the spaces that project out from the ground level along the sidewalk areas, both on the east and west of the driveway entrance. And we've shown, again, those plantings within each one of those courtyard areas and their corresponding graphics to kind of focus in these views a little bit more. This is the one which is adjacent to the ingress and egress to the parking garage. And then these are those smaller recessed areas with the residential courtyards above. So really, we've added some plantings, but this was more an exercise to try and give you visual pictures of not only the benches and seating and signage, but the plantings themselves, and then the corresponding architectural renderings that have been derived from the model since the last presentation that we made at the PRC. Amy Franco is also on the line if you guys have specific questions as to the variety of plantings or any of the specific areas that she's developed for this plan. But other than that, we can take any questions that you have either on the architecture or the landscaping. I do know that in talking with Lisa, we've submitted a variety of the seeker responses, and I think checked a lot of the boxes, and do understand that there's a couple components that we are actively working on, more specifically the extension of the trail system off the east end of the property. We've shown that on the plan. Our surveyor was out there this week picking up some additional topography to make sure that we know where the toe of that slope is, and to try and find a reasonable home for it to end as we do go off the east end of that site in collaboration with the city. And then there's the more impactful comments for seeker with respect to some of the coordination that we've done both with the city transportation staff and the New York State DOT in terms of ingress and egress for the project, and also for construction access, which is a safety concern that we have with the truck traffic and how that will access the site. So transportation, I believe we have a little bit more due diligence to spend on, and we've also been talking with our structural engineers from the geotech side and the structural engineer for the building regarding impacts and the memos that we'll provide to assure the board and the city staff that there won't be impacts to the either the creek itself or the newly constructed retaining wall to the north. With that, Rob, I'll turn it back and your board members if there's any questions on either one of the topics that we've presented.
Thank you very much. We'll just go around the room and get questions and feedback from what we've seen thus far. Mitch, could I start with you?
Can I pass? I'll come back.
You can. Emily.
Sure. I'm super excited about the removal of some of that parking that allows you to have more units, and also the overlap and access to the public at night. I think that's such a great change, and thank you for pushing with Gateway to make that happen. In terms of the planting plan, I'm going to defer to Mitch, but I feel like this is, you're pushing it in a great direction. I feel like there's a lot more height differences in the plantings that you're providing. And thank you for zooming in. It's so much easier to see them. I'm super excited about the park in front of the Gateway building and the park between the two buildings now. I feel like we start to get a feeling of how those are going to be layered with the landscape. So I think so far so good. I'm still kind of studying it, but I think these are great changes.
Eric.
There's a lot to absorb here. I think I would just say at this point that I agree with Emily. I like these changes. I think everything is an improvement. Really like how it's coming out.
Mackenzie.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is change in a great direction. Thank you.
CJ.
Yes, thanks for this. I'm wondering, I saw on the city engineer's comments that they had referenced a previous letter dated March 22nd, 2021, and I was wondering if you could speak to that, because they were saying they hadn't gotten comments back on that.
Yes, I can speak to that. So there was an email correspondence with some questions. We did have follow-up conversation with both Eric and the city staff on those questions, and provided some additional data like the synchro files and some things. We did actually develop a more formal response letter to those questions that was included within our most recent package, and we certainly intend on circling back. I think Lisa may have even reached out to them to see if there was any outstanding comments based on that response. So I think we're part of the way there on that. I just need to make sure that they're wholly satisfied.
Okay.
Mitch, back to you.
I agree with the parking plan. We looked at it at PRC, and I think it's a great idea and a great change for the project, and really benefits, a good benefit for the public. And I like the increased attention to landscape. I think that's good. It seems like a good start. I'm still not clear on the details of the creek walk. It wasn't close enough for me. I can't really tell what's going on there. The rendering looks right, where there's like a nice kind of landscape edge between the path and the driveway, but it's still unclear to me, like the actual plan. So I just need to look at that in more detail. And I think the plaza, the walk down from State Street to the creek, I can't really tell what's going on there. It seems like some attention is being paid, but again, the detail is, I can't really see it the way it's drawn here. I do have a concern about that bioretention area. The rendering by Cooper Carey, I think, is problematic. That really needs work. I forgot what page it was on. That one. Yeah, that's not really doing much for me. I think it needs a lot more plantings, and it needs to be shaded, and show kind of native species around a bioretention area, right? Like it just needs another layer of design thinking. And then finally, the other end, the turnaround at the very end, there seems to be like a layered landscape thing. It kind of, with a pink tree on top. I think I said last time, I think better to focus less on that area and put those dollars into the State Street to Creek Walk Plaza, the bioretention area, the Creek Walk landscape, like spread those dollars out into places where people are going to be. And then definitely want to see more detail about that path to the creek through the woods. That's super critical and a really important part of the project. So I definitely get the survey and let's see something more developed next time.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the other things we have on the agenda for this project today include talking about traffic and construction impacts, and then reviewing the FIF. Now, with the FIF, I think mostly what we're going to be talking about is just what's outstanding and sort of the logistics between where we are now and getting to a neg deck. But is there anything to dive into on traffic and construction impacts before we start in on that? Lisa.
I think that those conversations are ongoing between the applicant and engineering and DOT, and they have some issues to work out. I'm not sure how productive it would be for the planning board to talk about them because they're very specific, about ingress and egress, and if there's going to be a left turn and the timing light and those kind of details that I don't think you really need to.
So let's punt on that till it's resolved.
Yeah, that's my suggestion.
No, I like that.
Yeah.
Punting's great. So let's talk about the part 3. It sounds like there was a lot of stuff that was maybe just submitted Lisa's way. And then on the front of the part 3, or not really on the front, but as part of the part 3 that I have, there's a big list of stuff that's still outstanding, and it might be worth talking about what we still need, and then whether a neg deck next month is reasonable given what we have.
Let me see if I can pull it up. Hang on a second. I had it right in front of me and now it's not there anymore.
And I see in chat, Jeff Githens needs to get let back into the meeting.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't know if that was a place for it. I think he said he's back in the waiting room for some reason.
All right, can you see that?
Yes.
So I just as a way to organize all this information, I'm kind of suggesting, we had originally scheduled for there to be a neg deck next month. The part 3 is getting kind of long. And so to try to simplify it, I pulled up to the top everything that I can see that's outstanding and where I think it might fit into the approval process. That doesn't mean that you can't add things to this or disagree with it. And some of it at this point is fairly technical. Like the foundation, the monitoring, there's a shoring wall referred to. I don't know where it is on any of the plans or how that's going to impact anything. Construction impacts, that's all being dealt with DOT and the transportation engineer. And those have to be completed for seeker because those construction impacts and transportation have to be completed for seeker. The other thing I feel like has to be completed for seeker is, we need a full description of the variance and also possibly more detail about the design of the garage facade. Like one of the things that I think people are talking about, and it's just really hard to, your drawings are really nice, but it's hard to see detail. We kind of need to zoom in. Like those landscape drawings were all really interesting, but until you zoomed in, it was very hard to, I don't know, maybe people can, you have the digital copies, you can zoom in on your own. So again, I think many of these things can be dealt with during site plan, if that's the way the board wants to go, like diving into the landscape. We could have a whole, I think we have to review all of the plant materials and really dive into that more deeply. But that could be a site plan if you want to do it during site plan. But this is my list of things and be interested to hear your.
Yeah, no, I agree with this list. I think we've definitely spent a lot of time on every one of these items and that we're still, right on the precipice probably of getting the final feedback that we need in terms of coordination, most specifically with the transportation side. We've also had a variety of internal conversations on the foundation and construction side. I heard some very valid comments on the landscaping. So I think those are the biggest one. There is a few other ones here. We've obviously submitted our variance application to the BZA. So, we can provide this board with that detailed explanation of what we're doing, which is just the height variance, that we've talked about with our very unique situation with the recessed site that we're dealing with and the perspective views that we've shown to kind of accommodate that height and what's necessary for the building to both provide parking and shared parking and some of the other things that occupy space within the site. So, and of course with the trail extension, obviously off the end of the site too. So I think we have, a good handle on all these and definitely can accomplish them, and we can provide a more thorough response letter to your bulleted items and any other items that, the board might comment on here.
So Lisa, just to check back in with you on timing, when do we need to have this in order for a neg deck in a month to be feasible?
Well, I think that, with such, this is typical of this is a really big project. And so there's a lot of details, and so part 3 gets really big and it's hard to find everything. So, I think that, early and I've talked to James about this already, early in the month, so that there can be a draft out to the planning board for the project review committee meeting. Shortly thereafter. It's a lot to get through in one meeting. So I think a lot of as far as I'm concerned, I feel like there's a lot of areas in the part 3 that are really ready for review, or you've already reviewed them. But even things that are completed, there are some things you haven't completely reviewed yet, like the historic section, which you had asked me to make developer response. Excuse me. I really want to make sure you feel comfortable with the response that I drafted, or change it, or whatever, before you finish it. Each of those things is going to take a lot of time in the next meeting.
Great. So I feel like the applicant at this point has heard what we need and when we need it. Sounds like historical is ready for review. So maybe we should just take a look at that now, since we, are in a meeting and can do that. And then maybe we'll leave the rest of it for, the next revision of this.
So if you recall, the ILPC submitted comments to you, and you asked me to respond to them in your, from the information that you gave me. For instance, it would be helpful to just go through these one at a time.
Yeah. First one seems coherent and reasonable to me. I think this is entirely accurate. Okay.
Oops. Excuse me.
There's a typo there. Annoyed site plan. Not sure what that is.
Where is it, Mitch?
In the middle of the screen, right there. LA response, second line.
Annoyed.
I say we keep it.
Shown in
Annotated.
Yeah. That's probably it.
So everything I've seen so far seems reasonable. I'll point out to the applicant that there is an area of highlight that says we need something from you. Just want to make sure we get this, resolved before, next month.
Understood.
I think that information is in your new submission. And they asked for this visualization. You've never asked for that, but it was a very specific request, so I didn't know whether you wanted
So
to
I don't see
something like that,
the
or
need
thought
for
it would be
this.
helpful. Yeah.
But if any member of the board says, yes, I want it, I think then we as a board say we want it. So if a member of the board wants to see that particular drawing, now would be the time to ask for it. All right, I think we don't want it then. That's fine.
Okay. So do you want to go over any other parts of it, or should we wait till just plan to do it next month?
I would wait to do it next month unless you think there are particular areas where you feel like we could knock it out quickly. I would yield to your judgment, but my inclination is just to wait till we have everything and spend time with it next month.
Yeah. I guess one of my questions. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mitch had his hand up.
Go ahead, Lisa. You go ahead.
One of my big questions is, the landscape, that can be part of site plan review. It doesn't have to be all determined in seeker. And your feelings about if we know enough now to feel like the rest of it could go into a site plan, or if you want to keep going with that.
I'm pretty open. I mean, the person I would be interested most in their opinion on that particular question is Mitch. Although if any member of the board had a strong feeling, I'd be happy to hear it.
Feel like it could go to site plan review based on what we saw tonight. I think that's well enough. But
Great.
I do think it needs some change.
That's helpful.
Obviously.
Yeah.
So. But what I did want to say before we just got off the project was that I know there was some public comment still lingering about the size and scale of the building, and I just think that I don't know how we resolve that. I want to recognize it. Maybe we don't need to talk about it, but at least we did see that, and we know there are concerns.
I do think it's been talked about. It's talked about extensively in the part 3, how big it is and why. Then your response so far has been the planning issues of concentrating housing, but then also the breaking up of the massing and all the other mitigations they have so far. I feel like it's been, but sometimes in the part 3, we do recognize we have heard, the lead agency has heard several comments about the size of the building. I can actually say that if that's.
I think that'd be worth saying. I think we have, and I think that's the primary sort of driver of concerns we're hearing. Garrick?
Yeah, I would just add on that, because made it in there or not, but the topography, I think actually works the opposite direction. It makes the building look a lot smaller than it really is. I don't know if that's, I can't.
That's in the part 3, yeah, about how the site is so unique, yeah.
I mean, it is true. It will look big if you walk along the waterfront, but the majority of people are going to see this from State Street, where it looks actually much smaller than it is. So I see that as an attraction of the project.
Okay, in terms of timing, when we see this project next month, will it have already been to BZA, or does that come later?
You have to do seeker first, and then it goes to BZA.
Seeker
You can't go to BZA till seeker's done. So if you don't get through the neg deck, which I'm not saying, it's fine not to get through it. You have to be comfortable. But they'll go to BZA after you do the neg deck.
So on deck for next month would be a potential neg deck and then a recommendation to BZA. Okay, well, that will be a full agenda on this project. We'll probably not get through anything but that. And so just make sure that, we have everything we need for the part 3 so that we have the best possible chance of working through that.
Understood. Thank you very much.
CJ?
CJ.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna ask, someone will be present from GTS to provide some detail on the transportation demand management. I might be overlooking the materials, but I thought I saw something about DIA in TDM, so.
We need
just
more
wanted
information
to-
on that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, just for the part 3. Okay, thank you.
Alrighty. Anything else from board or staff before we part ways on this one for today? Thanks, guys. See you in a month.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
And that brings us to 321 Tacanic.
Good baby sighting in that last round, by the way.
Yeah, very much so.
That was great.
Yeah, he may make an appearance again.
I missed it.
You did. No.
I did. I have to pay more attention.
Yeah.
I should call
didn't
that
wanna-
out when it happens, right? You know.
I didn't want to make a big fuss or anything, but he was definitely quite happy and smiley.
Lisa, I don't know if Andy Schraba's in or Noah. They'll be on for this project as well. Oh, there he is.
I just saw Andy and I don't see Noah yet.
Okay, it's fine. Okay. Do you want me to
please
go forward with any new materials?
That'd be great.
Okay. Mostly what we submitted were, additional materials for the part 3, trying to fill in any blanks that were left for seeker. And then a couple drawings. Let me share my screen, sort of bring up the few drawings that had been requested that we want to make sure were presented. This is sort of a cross section of the site with building. We presented these at the PRC, but for any board members that weren't there. Basically, this dashed line down here is the existing grade, approximate existing grade. The lighter dashed line above it is the floodplain elevation, and then our floor is, of course, 2 feet above that. And so as we get closer to the road, you kind of see the floodplain kind of starts converging with existing grade. And so when we get out towards the walk street area, our intention is to, kind of keep that as is and move evenly or level across. And so then we're getting above the existing grade, also getting above the floodplain elevation, and the transition from our grade to the building elevation won't be apparent or won't be drastic in any nature. So we just wanted to sort of show that, point it out. I think it's going to work out really nicely. Let me see. We also had a planting plan, or I'm sorry, a demo plan that was requested. And then the other main item was a planting plan. We have the power lines, just to remind you guys, we have the power lines kind of running almost straight north-south over the site. So we are a little limited there as far as height or size of plantings that we can do. But we tried to sort of smooth some of the edges, mask some of the parking with some primary trees and then a lot of understory planting. We have picnic tables in the, actually in the DOT right of way, but in our green spaces, not only for public use, for use for the business as well, but we really want to encourage the public to be able to use these as they're going by as well. And that's those are the main drawings that we had to add. I just want to bring up a couple points. We have started the application for the seawall with DEC.
and Army Corps of Engineers. And so if we did get a declaration tonight for seeker, they're involved agencies. So we would be able to keep moving forward with the seawall application. But we want to just make sure that you guys as a board are okay with that, understanding that we don't have final approval yet. And with that, to do the work on the seawall, portions of the back steel parts of the building would need to come down. So applying for a demo permit with the city to take down some of that steel, be able to do the seawall as well. Just want to make sure you guys are comfortable with us proceeding with that if we get a negative declaration tonight.
I'll say for my own piece, I'm comfortable, but I want to check in with Lisa in terms of what's actually allowed.
Well, yeah, if you're comfortable with it, I feel like in this particular case, I think we could make it work. You know, you're only replacing the seawall and removing a portion of the backside of the building. So
right.
I think we could make it work if the board is comfortable with that.
Okay, so let's get through the neg deck and then we'll open it up, see if anybody's not comfortable with that. So we'll have on the agenda for today, the determination of environmental significance and a recommendation of BZA. Let's do the review of the part 3 first. And then after we get through that resolution, we'll check in on next steps. And then as part of that, I might ask the applicant to walk us through the variance, just so that we can have something coherent when we're talking to the BZA. I'm looking at the version of part 3 that says updated 4/21, so it's nice and recent. The most of it seemed pretty fine to me. There are still some yellow highlights there, and I just want to make sure that we're okay on that. And since this is our sort of last time to go through this, probably it's worth just taking some time with the document, making sure there's no questions from or desired edits that we don't get to from the board.
The copy that I have is from the 6th. I must not have the most recent one. Is someone able to maybe screen share? I probably have more highlighted material than is accurate.
321 and not 510.
When I says 4/21, it sounds like McKinsey's from 4/6.
All right, yeah. I can pull it up. Just give me a sec.
Thanks. I don't know why I don't know where the more up-to-date one would be. Oh, I do have it.
All right.
I lost track of it, but I found it. Thank you.
Just checking in quick with Lisa on, under impact on plants and animals, there's a highlight of a planting plan that looks to me to sort of have the detail in it. Is that just the highlight that's remaining, or are we looking for something there?
I guess that's up to you. Do you want to keep working on that during site plan, or are you good?
I think the assumption is that we would continue to review planting as part of site plan approval. Do we need to reference that as part of the part 3 here?
I think it already really says that. I'll just take out the highlight.
Great. And then it says parking and landscaping will be reviewed in April.
So where were we on that? I think it was about the DOT approval, right, Craig?
We have preliminary approval from DOT. They were fine with curb cuts and stuff like that. As far as you guys hadn't really seen, except for the PRC, you hadn't seen the planting plan yet. So I think it was mostly discussion about that.
I mean, I'm fine. I would say that I think that was more a note from PRC. I think if you feel comfortable with it, I feel like you've looked at the parking and planting plan at this point.
Great.
That needs to be highlighted. Okay, so then to bike parking. The two things that I identified was can you provide more exterior bike parking? This is gonna have with the recreational amenity you're providing or the business, you're gonna have probably a lot of people arriving by bike, and I'm wondering if you can provide more bike parking. And then does the board want to see, there isn't a designated pedestrian path from the sidewalk to any part of the site, and I didn't know if you wanted to see that.
We could always take a picnic table out and do a bike area as well.
I did appreciate that note, Lisa. I think that clear pedestrian pathway would be preferable. Also being.
Oh my God.
Very happy to be here.
Very alert.
Oh my gosh. So those could be dealt with during site plan review. I can remove those and I can put them in a note for site plan review.
I think that's reasonable. I agree with Mackenzie's comment, but I think we can almost certainly deal with that in site plan review.
And I think we're good with the transportation engineer's comments.
Okay, so we're all right there?
Yeah.
All right.
And I'll add, will be a condition of site plan approval anyways, if there's anything else standing.
And then the only highlight I see left is needing a description of the variance, which
Which I'll
have.
yes, we have that from the text that you got tonight. So I'll just add that in.
So we'll go ahead.
And then just, I think the reason the variance is needed is pretty obvious. It's they're keeping the building. And so the building is where it is and it's an existing deficiency. And then the setback is because they don't own the the DOT right of way is on the project site, basically. Correct. Is there also height? I can't remember, Craig.
There's a floor to floor variance that we need.
Floor.
Yeah, we're actually shorter than the minimum floor to floor.
Okay.
And part of that's because of with the overhead power lines, we can't get aerial access truck in. So we have to stay under 30 feet to the eave. And so that kind of limits our floor to floor height.
Okay. So all of this should, I think those are all reasonable explanations that I would put in there for why it doesn't have a planning impact. The variance doesn't have a planning impact.
Are there any other questions or comments on the part 3? Are people comfortable moving into the resolution?
Good to hear about the upgraded pumps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's definitely a done deal.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
That's good work there, Andy.
Yeah, I didn't really have much to do with it, Mitch, but we asked the right questions and got the answer everybody wanted. So,
all right.
Is there a motion for the seeker negative declaration, the pink resolution before us? I saw Mitch move and CJ second. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to move into a roll call vote. Mitch Glass.
Yes.
Garrick Blalock.
Yes.
Mackenzie Jones.
Yes.
CJ Randall.
Yes.
Emily Petrina.
Yes.
And I also vote yes. So you have your neg deck. We already talked through the variance a little bit, so maybe we don't need that presentation of that. Things that were mentioned were really the site constraints and the choice to preserve the building. And I think we can talk about the site constraints. We can talk about how we support this adaptive reuse. And then I think mentioning the importance of waterfront development, the importance of active uses, and the importance of adding housing. Is there anything else that we want to say in support of the variance or about the variance? Lisa, is there anything else you need on the variance?
I think that's that, I'll just use the standard language. There's no long-term planning impacts. The board supports the variance because of the site constraints and the conservation of the existing building, which has an existing deficiency. Floor to floor is very compelling argument. And then add and the board supports waterfront development, particularly the development of housing.
Sounds great. So that seems to me like maybe everything we need to do on this project today. Anything else? I'm seeing maybe not. All right. Well, thanks, guys. I hope everything goes well with the BZA, and we will see you again soon, I'm sure.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Right.
All right. 510 West State. That is a cute baby.
I think so too.
So we should have a few more people popping in here. At least Brandon should be. Maybe. There he is.
Good evening again.
Hello, everybody again.
We also have an unknown phone call. Is there a possibility a member of your team is calling in?
No,
No?
Not to my knowledge. no.
not sure. Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. Might be for the next thing. Thank you.
Well, I think that's our whole team. And Brandon, I don't know if you want to present this. You want me to present it, or we could tag team?
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to get my screen. There we go. I can bring it up.
Yeah, while you're doing that, so I think the basic things that we want to share are the updated information regarding the shadow study and some revisions to the Seneca Street elevation. And Brandon, maybe I'll let you kind of talk through these a little bit. And I know, Patrick, you may also want to comment on this, I think so.
Yeah, I'll make our presentation side of it fairly brief, and I'll just, because I want to just quickly go over what we've done to try to assess some of the concerns that came up previously pertaining to our initial shadow study. So what we've done on recommendation of the board is we've, one, tried to highlight the footprint of our building more clearly so that it stands out to the in the site better. I've labeled the shadows in a way that indicate the story designation in the particular locations of the buildings. We've maintained the spring equinox, summer solstice, and the winter solstice as our 3 times of year, starting at the 9 a.m. hour, capturing noon, and ending with 5 p.m. for the spring and summer time of year. And then in the winter, we have ended at 3 p.m. because we know typically around 4:30 at that time of the year, we're pretty well dark. So what this example shows is exactly what we had presented previously with just a little bit more clarity. It is the project as it is proposed with a 4-story and a 5-story portion. What has changed in this scheme is that we did incorporate the ironworks building in its mass across the street as it's approved, which can be seen, the impacts of that can be seen in these now where previously they wouldn't have been because it was capturing the 1-story building that exists there today, which we know will be changing here soon. And again, this is just for the record to show the impacts of it. It's been a conversation of contention. I think we've spent, in my opinion, a little more time on it than we've needed to, but nonetheless, I think it's to do our due diligence to present to the board what's being requested. So that's our attempt here. page 2 goes to show kind of as an example, not that this is any way, shape, or form a suggested approach, but it's to show what would happen if this were down to a 2-story condition to match kind of the existing context along the street. And then this being a 3-story. So essentially, eliminating 2 stories from the project and seeing what shadow impacts that would still have on the properties in question, along Seneca Street. And, ultimately the shadows show that the impacts are still there. And, again, I think this is something, for the board to look at, review, wrap their heads around, and perhaps have already, and maybe there's some commentary that can come from that. And I would say, perhaps after Patrick's presentation as well, that would be the time to dig into the deeper conversations of anything on that. And I think this is just an attempt to kind of show, regardless of what happens, there are impacts with shadows, and it's just the nature of building, of course. And that being said, is a 2-story, 3-story scenario any less worse than a 4-story, 5-story? Yeah, that's out for others to decide, I suppose. The last component of what we've submitted is in response to the Seneca Street side, and the commentary that had come up for us on that one was, kind of in regard to this portion of the facade that was just kind of a large mass. It was, a little bit out of, quote unquote context, if you will, and how to try to create some more residential scale to that. And what we've done is we incorporated this visor element, which we're calling it a visor. It's more or less a stunted canopy of sorts. It's only protrudes out about 30 some inches, and we've tried to match that with this Juliet balcony on the second floor, which you can see how nicely that actually kind of aligns with some of the porch browse along the street. And I did remove some street trees here just so that our elevation was a little bit more clear, because in reality, we're going to have some trees here that kind of block that a little bit more. And I think when we show this at PRC, the members in attendance to that were pretty receptive to that approach. We felt it was kind of a small and nice gesture to try to achieve what they were requesting. And that wraps up our side of the new material.
Thank you very much. I think it's worth taking a minute here just to go around the room and get an initial reaction to what we've seen. Mitch, I'd start with you.
Yeah, we had seen the first shadow study at PRC, and we had noted the impacts. Looks like there are impacts, and but we also are aware of the many benefits of this project. So we asked the applicant to sort of describe both. That yes, there are impacts to neighboring properties with the height of the building, but that the benefits to the city, to the neighborhood in terms of affordable housing and density, which is what's called for in the comp plan and other places, is good. So, we think that there might be some mitigations in order to offset some of the shadow impacts that we were seeing. It's helpful to see the 2- and 3-story. So I appreciate that you did that. I doubt that the project is feasible for the developer in that scenario, but it does help to see that there would still be impacts at that level. And yeah, the Seneca Street facade is much improved. Thanks.
Garrick.
Yeah, I just agree with what Mitch said. I went down and I really walked the site at great length, and this is an area that is very attractive for higher density housing, especially housing that's more affordable. And I kind of discussed this last month that there has to be a first site on the block, and what I would just ask the applicant to do is what they've done, which is to make the mitigations that are feasible. And I think what you've done on Seneca Street is a noticeable improvement and appreciate it. And looks good.
Thank you. CJ.
Yeah, thanks so much for calling out that building footprint. That really made it easier for me to see what was going on. And nothing additional to add.
Kinsey.
Thanks for doing the shadow study. I agree that it's due diligence. It's good for us to have it on the record. I don't think we want to lose any stories. I mean, if that's really what's in question about it, I'm in favor of keeping this the size that it is because, it's kind of what we envisioned for this corridor, and we really need this type of housing. So, I appreciate everything that you continue to put forward, and I'm happy thus far.
Emily.
I agree also. I think looking at the 2 and 3 stories is really helpful to see that there are still impacts, but I agree that keeping it the height it is of greater benefit to the city and this area than a lower building. I think we can continue to work on mitigations. You've already done a lot. And I think, as far as secret is concerned, I feel like personally we've met the mitigations and can continue to work on those in site plan review. So thank you.
All right, so I feel like we've heard from the board on that. And in terms of what we need to do, in addition on this project for today, is just review the part 3 and see what's outstanding. Now, the part 3 I'm looking at says it was updated 4/8/21, and it's pretty brief. It's like a page and change. And it's mostly a list of things that, we do need to address and should take a look at. And I think it's worth the board, reviewing that document and thinking about what, if anything, we need to add to these lists. And Lisa, if there's any particular thing that you're looking for feedback on this as it exists so far, I'd love to have that guidance.
I think we just, some of this, it's really an outline at this point. And, if they can get me the information in yellow, and I can, you've given me a lot of information tonight from your discussion. I think I can have a solid draft by next month.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, if I could just chime in really quickly, Lisa. So did you did get the traffic mitigation plan, the geotech, and there was one other item I think you were looking for to get filled in. I just actually noticed today that you're looking for a link for the model that was shown initially.
Yeah.
No, so Noah, that's something we need to establish. I was going to mention that to you. Lisa, I'm not sure how you guys want to incorporate that to the part 3. Are we just going to do like a website link or something? Is that the idea?
Yeah, we can talk about that offline, but I think it would be helpful to have the link to that so that people can reference it, because they just saw it. It's not like a drawing where you can go back,
Yeah,
they just saw it once, and it would be nice if people could look at it again.
Okay. And the last quick thing I just wanted to chime in. I know earlier you guys read some letters. I actually have support, which was nice to see and hear. And I think some of them mentioned about 58 units. And I just want to make sure there's no confusion. There's 57 units in the project. I just want to make sure that we have, if there's something wrong in documentation that we've submitted or that you have, that we make sure we're coordinated, because I did reconfirm that because I was pretty certain we were at 57, and I checked that tonight to verify it.
All right. Questions or comments from the board on the part 3? Anything that's not listed that we want to make sure gets addressed as we work through these next drafts? Mitch.
I'm just wondering if there's a bit more information you could provide about parking. It's just a one-liner, no parking required, none will be provided, which I think is good. It speaks to denser development, walkable development, that's all good. But I'm sure you've had conversations about, how 58 units creates, a number of cars and how those will be parked throughout the neighborhood. I'm just interested in your strategies. for that, or your thoughts?
Or a transportation demand, you know, how are you gonna incentivize people to not have cars too?
Yeah.
I think one aspect that's important is that because this isn't 100% low-income housing tax credit project, people that make between 30 to below the area median income, I forget if it's 80 or 100 in this project, on average tend to own cars at a lower rate than people who make above that income range. I think part of it is the tenant base that we're looking to attract. I don't know if I could try to pull census data, like to show that, but I think the location that
in other
transit.
projects, you know, that are low, moderate income, we have had people can calculate what percentage of the tenants are likely to own cars based on past experience or some other metric that they can use.
Yeah, whatever sort of reasonable estimating strategy you have and are using, you know, if you can share that information with us so we can get it just incorporated, that would be helpful. Any other questions and comments from the board or from staff on the part 3? All right, well, that might be it for that. And that might be it for what we have to do on this project today. Before I let the applicant go, is there anything else we want to address, board or staff? Seeing nothing. Thank you very much, and we'll see you guys next month.
Thank you all so much. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right, that brings us to 405 Elmira Road, the KFC.
Hey everyone, I'm going to give you a minute, or we want to jump right into it?
If you are all here, you can introduce yourself. Take it away.
Okay. My name is Adam Fischel, Marathon Engineering. With me also from our office here is Ryan Jordanes, and from the development side is Rich Wilkinson from KBB Investments, the developer. We're here to talk about the 2,200 square foot KFC restaurant proposed at 405 Elmira Road here in the city of Ithaca.
Great. So we do have a public hearing and declaration of lead agency on this project today. Since we do have a public hearing, if you have a brief presentation, that'd be ideal.
Yep, sorry, I did not turn my YouTube off, so I was getting some echo here, so apologize. Let's see here. If I could. Can everybody see my screen here?
Yes.
Yeah, so we originally submitted a plan showing 23 parking spaces. Based on PRC review, folks at PRC encouraged us to possibly look at reducing some of the parking, primarily up here in this area. It was the opinion that the required number of spaces is a bit high for this type of facility. And they also wanted to encourage outdoor patio, outdoor dining opportunities. So we have revised the plan, and the plan that we have submitted to the ZBA, requesting the variances that I'll get into here in a minute. It does reflect this reduction of parking. That does also trigger another variance, but it also provides a about 600 square feet of outdoor dining opportunity here in this area. There's going to be a drive-through with, I believe, 6 cars stacked, full access drive here. And kind of backing up, if folks don't quite know where this location is, this is the signalized intersection on Elmira Road that feeds into the Home Depot plaza where the New Visions Bank is over here. There's a former Tim Hortons here on the southwest side, and then beyond the Tim Hortons lot, there's the Goodyear tire dealership. And then mixed-use retail commercial plaza here to our north. Currently, the plaza, the property is a vacant lot, primarily all paved. What this layout does is it maintains, to the best of our ability, really, this shared access drive off Elmira Road, providing some sort of channelization of traffic north and south through the development in and out of the plaza and the driveway, with some new lane striping, as well as new crosswalk facilities coming in off of Elmira Road, as well as this additional one here that was added at the request of the PRC. The footprint of the development really sits within what is currently paved out there now, recognizing that we're pretty much abutting Buttermilk State Park, and this old Spencer Road. I don't believe there are any residential properties down here off to the southeast, but there are some over here. So we're trying to really maintain that vegetative buffer along that south edge of the property and not have to push the project further south to try to achieve the building setback requirements that we're being faced with, and just trying to maintain that buffer. The setbacks that we're being faced with are the maximum setback off of Elmira Road. We cannot comply with that, the maximum allowable, because of the shared access drive. It would basically put the building right in that shared access drive, so we can't comply with that one. Similarly, there's the alternative setback. If you can't comply with the maximum, you could push it back further. But again, in order for us to meet that requirement, we would have to push the building and the site improvements up into this existing vegetative buffer back here that we don't want to, again, disturb. There's a signage variance. Allowed signage is based on the width of the building frontage, and just the configuration of the lot and how we have to orientate the building produces a very narrow building frontage width that then calculates to a very low allowable signage. So we've submitted what we think is a reasonable request for a variance on the building mounted signage, as well as the monument sign that's out here. So that's all in process with the ZBA, as well as the additional area variance for the three spaces up here that we have taken out of the proposed parking to address that outdoor dining consideration that the PRC put forward. Here's the rendering. So we're going to be repaving everything. Again, the whole site's pretty much paved as it is. We're going to repave it. There's the outdoor dining area, and we're going to put in some landscape buffering along here, as well as along the frontage and opportunities in areas that we feel would be appropriate. As part of this project, also there is provisions to relocate. There were two shared parking spaces over here for ADA accessibility that really didn't comply with the ADA guidelines. So Rich and his team have agreed to relocate those two ADA spaces out front here to better comply with both proximity of those spaces to the uses, but also the max and minimum allowable slopes for those spaces within the parking area. So this area here will have to be repaved and reconstructed to comply with that. With that, I don't think I have much else to add. We did submit the building elevations here. These, I think, were received pretty well during the PRC and the pre-app meeting. We did tone down some of the signage, so we didn't ask for an egregious amount of signage beyond the allowable. The code does also state that there's a maximum allowable areas of signage that were allowed. And this, even though we're asking for a variance, we're still within the limits of that max allowable. So, Rich, do you have anything to add?
No, I think you summed it up really well.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think that's a good place to pause it. Let's go ahead and declare lead agencies and have a public hearing. Is there a motion from any member of the board to declare ourselves lead agents? McKinsey so moves. Is there a second? Emily seconds. All those? No, we're going to do a roll call vote. Sorry. Mitch? In favor, Garrick,
Yes.
CJ,
Yes.
Mackenzie,
Yes.
Emily,
Yes.
and I am also a yes. So you do have a lead agent. With that, is there a motion to open public hearing? Emily moves, Mackenzie seconds. This one I think we can do by acclamations. This is not a resolution. All those in favor of opening public hearing? Public hearing is now open. Lisa, is there any member of the public wishing to speak?
There is not.
Okay, is there any there's nothing to be
No.
read, nothing? All right, great. Is there a motion to close public hearing? Mackenzie moves, Emily seconds. All those in favor of closing public hearing? And a public hearing is now closed. With that, I think we've done everything that our agenda says we have to do on this project tonight, but it is worth checking in with the applicant and giving what feedback we can on what we've seen. There has been a couple small changes since PRC. Mitch, if it's all right, I'd start with you.
Yeah, I like the changes. Thank you for adding the outdoor dining area and the landscaping against the existing building. I was going through your plans that we got, and I noticed the old planting plan, the older version. And the only thing that I would say is don't plant Norway maples. Those are considered an invasive species. So, you might want to check the city's acceptable shade tree list to figure out what those two trees could be. But this looks good.
Thank you. Garrick.
Yeah, I basically agree with what Mitch said. I understand that chain restaurant has to maintain corporate identity. If there's opportunities to maybe, I don't know if the paint job there, the color scheme was what you're actually proposing. If there's opportunities to, if there's different versions of this that are a little less, I don't know what's the word I'm looking for.
A little less loud.
Yeah.
I do have another version of the building that is a more neutral palette instead of the red and the white, as bright as it is. So it would reduce the sides. I will get those elevations to Adam to share with the board.
Yeah, I mean, I was just the other day at the McDonald's, is just down the road, and they just remodeled it, and it's clearly a McDonald's, but it fits in a little better than this. I'll just say that.
Yes.
The other thing I'd ask, just kind of why you have on the line is, if I realize it's not part of your project, but the Tim Hortons next door is really pretty bad at this point. If you happen to know anything about it, or if any information to share, I'd love to know.
So would we. We tried like heck to to buy that, and we couldn't get anybody to even return our phone calls, because there's a building that's already there that we could have retrofitted, to fit our needs. Because if you look at it on an aerial basis, both buildings are roughly about 2,200 square feet, plus or minus. So in today's world, a couple few less seats in the dining room doesn't really mean as much as it did back in 1990. Because everything's, functions around a drive-through. So, if I get any information, I'll be more than glad to forward it to you guys. But we struck out, and our brokers struck out trying to get information on that.
Well, I mean, it's not fair for me to say, you should look at a building that's not even on the project property line. But as city planners, it is hard to escape the fact that we're putting a new building up right next to an existing building that is being ignored. I would just make a note to the rest of the board. I know we talked about this in the past, but I'd really like to revisit if there's any leverage we have in terms of building blight or sort of abandoned buildings, or anything to provide some incentive for what's happening with Tim Horton not to happen.
Agreed. Thank you, Garrick. CJ.
Yeah, so if you would please could just go back to that rendering of the building. So we're weighing in on the kind of chicken bucket aesthetic, is it?
You can do that. Yes, absolutely. You don't have to go with their
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing something different, but I also find it fascinating that this is called like the American Showman. I mean, it's kind of exactly what it is. It's, I don't know, very, I guess, interesting that way. And I was just wondering if you were able to address the comments. I think Tim had sent around comments saying that he had sent you comments, but he hadn't heard back, maybe? Oh, no, something about the sidewalks. And then there was a question about the trail connection. I was just curious if you found anything more on that. Just out of curiosity. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. We did get some engineering comments. I think in general, they were pretty minor. We, talking to Rich and his team, were in agreement in looking at possibly putting in that raised median. It's going to have to be some mountable curb there at the main entrance, and I can go back to my rendering and point you. So like right here, this area here, currently it's just, I believe, striped, or maybe it was striped, but it previously was a raised curbed median. And I bet you, it was probably taken out just for the ease of truck access and plowing. So what we can do is look at doing what's called a mountable curb or a traversable curb and putting that in there just to have some sort of physical delineation for that median. The other comments about the sidewalk, I think, are pretty easy to get over. I don't recall seeing the one about the trail, but I know that came up at the PRC with Lisa and everybody. And Lisa, if you can get me information on where that trail aligns, Rich and I discussed that we're open to ideas, and there's a set of stairs that kind of lead to nowhere right now. We don't have plans to take them out, but if you want to talk about putting in, a concrete set of stairs to that trail, wherever that ends up being, we can certainly talk about that.
Yeah, so in case the board doesn't know, this is the future, the alignment of the Gateway Trail, which is planned, that connects to the bridge anyways. And it would be great if this could connect to that.
Great. Mackenzie.
This is my first time, talking about this, so thank you for sending it. And I do have a couple of comments about this, about the site plan in general. So happy to see infill development. And one of my questions is about the landscaping at the Elmira Road side, where there's dining outdoors. I wonder if you want to orient that so that they provide somewhat of a shield, a natural barrier from the highway and the entrance and exit to make outdoor dining a little bit, quieter or more private seeming. Also seeing that you moved those ADA spaces over towards in front of the other plaza, I'd love to see some kind of striped or raised pedestrian and ADA accessible crossing, just from the parking spaces to the building, especially as it crosses the drive-through. So just kind of general pedestrian safety right there.
Sorry, Mackenzie, are you talking from these spaces to the KFC?
Yeah, yes.
So the KFC ADA spaces are right here.
I see. So those two that got moved were?
Are just for the plaza. They were over here on this corner.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess that's kind of a null and void comment. And so then also, obviously these are like early elevations, and I don't actually have a whole lot to say about like the design as much as I hope that we can see it in the context of nearby buildings and landscaping soon. I think that it will help us with the orientation and the colors too, if people have questions about that. And the dumpster enclosure, those are, details of that I want to see. I'm sure that you already have that planned. But yeah, I think creating some kind of natural vegetative screening between the outdoor dining and the entrance and exit to the major road would probably be beneficial. Understanding that you don't want to block signage. So I know that it, might be a little bit delicate, but whatever you look at, increase that, the quality of the dining experience, I guess.
Thanks, Mackenzie. Emily.
Thank you. Thank you for the crosswalk on the, was that the west side? I think that's going to be great, connecting to the amphitheater on the other side. Also, I love this, the presentation of this building in the red and white. I mean, I think I would also like to see since you already have the other colors available, let's take a look at it. But, you're presenting the slimmest side of the building to the street frontage, which I think is great to begin with. And you don't even need a lot of signs because the building is your sign. And I think go big or go home. So I'm totally into this color scheme and using the building as your signage. Maybe in a future meeting, I'd like to talk about the lights. There's a lot of lights on top all the way around it. And I would like to take a closer look at the foot candles. I see that you prepared that, and maybe you can be prepared to talk about that another time, unless you are today. It seems like there's a lot of foot candles all the way around the site. So that's just one thing I wanted to understand a little better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead, Rich.
I can help you with the building. The lights that are around the building aren't for the parking lot. They're basically aimed at the building to wash the walls with light. They're very low voltage LEDs, so they don't have a very big spread radius. It's more along the lines of washing the building with light. And then we have our normal site lights, per the regulations on pole heights and whatnot, and the lumens that we can get off of LED heads. There's probably a few more poles than you would typically see with, let's say, 1,000-watt metal halide or a high-pressure sodium. But the LED lights aren't as, I guess, obtrusive would be the word, in comparison to like the old style metal halide or high-pressure sodium light fixtures.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments from board or staff?
I do have one thing that I can show you. I pulled up a picture. I have a picture of a different color version of a building that we built in a neighboring community in New York, in Hamburg, New York, which opened up last year. Let me see if I can do this and go with share my screen. So we still have the red and white stripe in the center on the building frontage, but it tones down the side of the building to a more neutral palette. Instead of the black, red, and white, it goes with like a chocolate brown, a lighter brown, and a whitish cream color. So we do have that option. And if anybody on the board has an option that they'd like to see or a suggestion, I'm open to it. The biggest thing for us, our brand image is obviously the Colonel with the red and white stripe behind it, that center section of the front of the building. We have a lot of latitude to work with the rest of the building color placements. I mean, I've done things like black awnings because a town didn't want the red awnings. So there are some other options that we can work out with the town and what they'd like to see in that corridor.
Thank you for that. I think since we have a couple versions of the facade in front of it, it's worth going back around the room and just getting a quick reaction and what people want. I've been starting with Mitch all night. So Mackenzie, if it's all right, I'd start with you.
Is all right. I can't say that I have super strong feelings. I mean, I think that the, cream and brown matches like the rest of the development along Elmira. I also feel like we can call a spade, like it's KFC, we don't need to pretend it's something else. And I'm not personally offended by the stark red and white. So yeah, I mean, this seems like a fine option, and I'm kind of happy to defer a little bit more to other board members on this.
Thanks. Emily.
I like the red and white. I think it's bold, and it's a drive-through. This building is meant to be driven around, and so it keeps it consistent on all sides.
Thank you. CJ.
Yeah, I can't help but like it. It's I don't know. It's just it's bold. Yeah.
The red and white. Yeah. Garrick.
Well, my first reaction with the red and white was, ugh, it's too much. But Emily has much better taste than I do. So maybe, she sees, she's also younger and hipper. So maybe, she sees value, merit there that I don't. I'd like something a little bit more subdued, but you'll have to think about Tally on that.
I like the red and white. I think if we really wanted to take a heavy hand here and like talk about materiality and like really change the design direction, then that'd be one thing. But I think to take the red and white design and reskin it to something that was more boring, in some ways feels like a missed opportunity. I think if we're gonna do this and have it sort of with this set of materials and this sort of vocabulary, let's go ahead and do it. And to me, the red and white does that better. Mitch.
Okay, I'm going to go along with the flow here. The red and white seems okay, but I am doing a quick web search, and there are actually some very nicely built KFC projects around the country that incorporate brick and much more glass. And so diners can actually look out, and that there is a path here that we kind of go down that road. So I'm interested to hear you say that, Rob, but I guess at this point, I'm going to go with the flow. And
all right,
let's do it.
Okay, well, I think that there's some support for the red and white, a preponderance of support, and as we move forward. If you wanted to show us some options with some more glass or brick or a fancier touch here and there, I don't think anybody'd be upset about that.
All right.
Real quick, Rob, Emily, did Rich's description of the lighting on the building, did that answer your questions, or you want more information still? Just want to make sure I'm not missing.
Yeah, no, it was a good answer. And I saw 10-foot candles sort of to the back of the property, whereas it's less around the building. And I was curious about that, but I assume it's the pole lights sort of at the back of the parking there. So I think he answered my question.
Okay.
Yeah, and Emily, just to let you know, with that, when I was talking to the lighting consultant, my concern there was there is obviously that staircase coming off of the trail, and I wanted to make sure that was lit properly for anybody coming off that trail in a dark hour. Especially late fall when it's still warm enough that people would be walking the trail. It gets dark at 4:30. So I wanted to give them an opportunity to at least have a good line of sight coming down there.
Eric?
Rob, if I could just jump in, since I clearly lost, if people want the red and white, all I'd say is if we're going to go with like candy stripe red and white all around the building, and we're going to have LED spotlights shining on it all night long, I would double down on your comment that the materiality should be best quality. Because I mean, if you're really highlighting it and saying, look at this, it's a KFC, then I just, the use of glass and other materials should just be done as well as possible.
Okay.
All right. Anything else from board or staff?
I just want to say, like with the lighting, yes, you want to light the trail, but it is a state park right behind it. So we're going to have to find a compromise, I think, to
if I have to, if you want it to be 2-foot candles or 4-foot candles, whatever, I can work with the lighting consultant and we can change that light back there so it's not 10.
Yeah, it's less than 1, even just at the staircase. So once you get past the property line, you'll be down 0, and then you have the tree canopy, along that alignment as well. So.
All right, thanks everyone. I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Just real quick, sorry, Lisa, what procedurally for the ZBA, when do you think the planning board would be willing to talk about the variances before that meeting?
Well, the planning board has to complete seeker before you go to the BZA, but this is a relatively straightforward project. I think we can have it teed up for next month. And does the board agree with that? It seems relatively straightforward.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Night.
That brings us to our sketch plan. It's the first sketch plan in a while.
I have a sleeping baby in my lap.
Oh.
Very sleepy. It's a long meeting for a 5-month-old. I will say though that doing it from home makes it a lot more possible to, being
Yeah.
at City Hall would be difficult, I think, right now.
I believe it.
When we're back in person, Gus and James can probably babysit.
There you go.
Why do I look like I'm looking at the ceiling?
All right. Is the gang all here?
I think
So-
the gang, the gang is
Our
here.
gang.
That's what we need. When you're ready, introduce yourself. Take it away.
Okay, I think we're all set. Good evening. I'm Catherine Wolf of Trowbridge Wolf Michaels Landscape Architects, and we want to thank you for this opportunity to present to you the proposed Catherine Commons project.
Hey, Catherine, I think I need to, Lisa, I need to get access to the screen.
Oh, yes, sorry. Lisa, how do we get our drawings up? You're muted, Lisa.
You have access to the screen, Arvin.
Yeah, just
Share screen. Got it.
there you go.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Now all I have to do is find. Can you see that? The cover sheet?
Not
No.
yet.
Not yet. Okay, that's not share. How's that? How's that?
It's loading.
There we go.
All righty. It's
Got
up.
it.
Cover sheet. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, we are here to present the sketch plan for Catherine Commons. And I am joined this evening. So I'm Catherine Wolf, Trowbridge with Michaels Landscape Architects. I'm joined by Arvind Tiku, architect of Icon 5. Also John Novar and Phil Projansky, the project developers, and Herman Sieverding, also of Integrated Acquisition and Development. Next slide. The proposed Catherine Commons project is located on the west side of College Avenue at the intersection with Catherine Street. The project extends down College Avenue to Cook Street, and Cook is the southern boundary of the project. That portion of the project that is located on the north side of Catherine Street, we refer to as Catherine Commons, or excuse me, Catherine North. And on the south side of Catherine Street is referred to as Catherine South. The Catherine Commons site was included in a PUD application that was submitted to the city late last year. The PUD included other properties on College and Linden Avenues. As we tried to move that project through the PUD process, it became clear that the PUD was overly complicated and that the process was overly complicated and it was moving extremely slow. As a result, we are bringing forward a different project. This project focuses on the west side of College Avenue, where currently the buildings that exist there are empty. So this allows us to focus on getting this area revitalized. This project is scaled back for these sites from what had been proposed in the PUD. The PUD was a complete rezoning. This proposal is designed to predominantly comply with the existing zoning, with some modest zoning variances, which we'll describe as part of this presentation. Next slide, please. This is a map of the existing zoning. Along College Avenue, north of Catherine Street is the MU2 zone, and south of Catherine Street is the MU1 zone. We are seeking a modest height variance along College Avenue only. As the development moves down Catherine and Cook Streets, the project is in complete compliance with existing zoning, including heights. The one exception to this is a parking variance being sought for the property off of Cook Street. This is the only property with a parking requirement. All of the other properties within the project have no parking requirement. Next slide. I'd like to briefly summarize the project proposal. The project consists of approximately 340 apartment units. Commercial space is proposed along College Avenue, north of Catherine Street. A fitness center for the project is proposed at College and Cook Street. And extensive expanded sidewalks, pedestrian plazas, and streetscape amenities are proposed throughout. Approximately 5 surface parking spaces are proposed, and these would be predominantly accessible and loading spaces. To the extent that residents of the project bring cars to the city, the developer has excess parking available at Collegetown Terrace, and this parking will be made available to tenants of the project. Next slide. This is the overall site plan, and the planning board members, each of you should have received a 10 scale copy of this plan in the hopes that this would help assist in your understanding of the project. As you know, the city is currently in the middle of a College Avenue reconstruction project. New sewer and water have already been installed along College Avenue. Currently, they are installing new telecom and IT, and the overhead electric wires will go underground. The city will then reconstruct the street and build new sidewalks. So we've been coordinating very extensively with the city, specifically the planning department and Tim Logue, to really look at if there were opportunities to make a better streetscape plan. And we have identified opportunities for increasing street tree plantings. We also worked with Tim Logue to identify a location for the bus stop where we could incorporate a covered bus shelter that would be integrated with the architecture of this project. And we'll look at that more closely as we move forward. So next slide, please. So here we're going to zoom into the Catherine North site. Here we are looking at the ground floor plan, and the Catherine North site consists of 3 separate buildings, 1A, B, and C. Commercial space is proposed all along the College Avenue frontage, with residential apartments behind the commercial space and extending down Catherine. The developer is proposing to develop pedestrian plazas with amenities all along College Avenue that extend beyond the city's right-of-way and into the private property. This is accomplished by setting the ground floor back from the right-of-way line, as it is currently required by zoning. You can see that we have plaza spaces as wide as 31 feet and 26 feet at the widest points at Catherine North. The dashed line is the City of Ithaca right-of-way. It is also the Build To line as per the existing zoning. This is also the building line above the ground floor. So the ground floor is cut back to allow this extensive plaza development, and the building line is held at the right-of-way on the upper floors. We are seeking a variance for this building setback to allow for the creation of this expanded sidewalk area with extensive amenities. The entire commercial facade will be glass with full transparency and creating an activated streetscape. Next slide. Moving to Catherine South, you can see the substantial proposed plaza spaces at both the Catherine and Cook corners. On the south side of Catherine Street, the plaza space is 40 by 44 feet. At Cook Street, the plaza space is 44 feet by 62 feet. The developer is interested in creating and paying for a high-quality streetscape that will also incorporate art. And that is what we are suggesting when we show the sort of red ribbon up there, the sculptural bench. That is the suggestion of the intention to incorporate art into the project. The high-quality streetscape with a high level of amenity is made possible by additional height to the buildings. This is the variance we are seeking that will make the investment in the streetscape feasible. Moving down College Avenue, there are individual stoops at unit entrances, further activating the street. Near Cook Street, the city has agreed that this could be a good opportunity for locating a bus stop, and that the covered plaza space can also function as a protected waiting area for the bus stop. The glass wall and transparency at the fitness center at the corner of Cook and Catherine further activates the street in this location. Next slide. The street level plan here illustrates the difference between the sidewalk public realm space that would be achieved if the project were built as of right compared to what is being proposed. On the left, the building footprint of an as of right building is illustrated, where the building is constructed as per the existing zoning at the right-of-way line. By comparison, on the right, you can see what is actually being proposed. The proposed building footprint is shown at the street level, and the resulting expansive public space that is achieved with a building setback variance at the street level, and additional floors and height that make the investment in the streetscape possible. Next slide. At this point, I'd like to ask Arvind to describe the architecture.
Good evening, everyone. The following is an overall street elevation of Catherine North and Catherine South on College Ave. The project sites really provide us an opportunity to create an integrated active street environment and the natural sloping topography. There's about a 40-foot drop from the intersection of Dryden and College all the way to the intersection of Cook and College, really provides us an opportunity to step the massing down, as well as obviously the roof lines. Our design addresses the Collegetown design guidelines through scale, context, and as Catherine described before, by creating a pedestrian-friendly street life with trees, generous walks, and street amenities for Collegetown. The scale of the buildings are minimized by the use of proportionally sized materials, and they'll be in a variety of colors, and by creating an active facade through shadows and window alignments. Our design addresses the existing context on the 400 block and on College Avenue by designing the buildings as a three-part articulation. A base, which is lifted up, and it houses a glass enclosed commercial program to promote street activities. A middle, which aligns with the adjacent buildings in height and setback, and a top that addresses the adjacent buildings by architectural materials and details. Oh, sorry. The following is a close-up of view of Catherine North. And as I stated before, our design minimizes the scale of the building by creating a two-story grid pattern with staggered vertical windows that activate the facade through visual movement. A continuous glazed vertical element breaks the horizontal mass, and the street level is activated by a glass enclosed commercial space that promotes a connection with the enhanced public environment on College Avenue. The enhanced public environment is covered with an overhang, so it can be utilized during inclement weather for the public to meet, a place to socialize, and to hold a variety of planned or impromptu events. The exterior building materials are 12x8 terracotta tiles and metal panels of various colors and insulated glass. I just want to remind everybody that please keep in mind that these colors in the presentation are pure placeholders, and we'll be developing and reviewing them with the planning board during the approval process. We are requesting, as Catherine stated, a floor and height variance for the buildings on College Avenue. One, in order to financially support the project, as well as giving us an opportunity to provide quality street level enhancements and materials. Catherine North is in the MU2 zone, and the ordinance allows 80 feet and 6 floors. It also allows a 5-foot parapet. Therefore, the building's visual height as per right is 85 feet. We're requesting a building height of 91 feet overall, 90 feet to the roof with 8 floors. So therefore, what we're requesting is 2 additional floors, a 10-foot height variance, but only a 6-foot visual height differential. Let me go to that. Okay. The following view is on Catherine Street looking north. The building along College Avenue turns to the west on Catherine Street with a scale and architectural language. The 2 further buildings on the west of Catherine, they're both in the CR4 zone, and they are designed as of right, a height of 45 feet and 4 floors. The buildings are separated to eliminate a wall-like effect and are connected by light transparent bridges. The farthest building on the west is designed to be proportional to the existing residences, while the middle building is really a transitional building between the College Avenue building and the building on farthest west. Both of these buildings are set back 10 feet from the property line to provide a landscape front court, similar to all the other existing residence buildings on Catherine, as well as the main entries of these buildings are also located off of Catherine Street. Along Catherine Street, in keeping with its residential neighbors and the residential program, the street level facade is opaque and private. The Catherine Street elevation, on Catherine South, the elevation continues with a 2-story grid pattern language, but the scale is further minimized by increasing the ratio of glass to terracotta, therefore making the buildings more transparent and less monolithic. At the south end of the grid pattern has been even further minimized to a grid frame with an infill of glass and metal panels. And the building naturally steps down due to the existing topography. The materials of this building are very similar to Catherine North, but the proportions and the colors will be varied to promote diversity of the urban environment. A design of the Catherine South shifts, in our opinion, shifts the entire gravity further down College Avenue by creating a public plaza on the north end, as well as providing residential entrances right off of College Avenue. And then finally on the south end by integrating a public plaza for socializing, a shelter place to board or be dropped off by a bus, and a place of destination, which is the fitness center. This project, or the Catherine South piece of it, is in the MU1 zone, and the ordinance allows 70 feet and 5 floors. It also allows a parapet of 5 feet. Therefore, the building's visual height is 75 feet. We're requesting a building that is 79 feet overall, 78 feet to the roof with 7 floors. Therefore, what we're requesting here is 2 additional floors, a 8-foot height variance, but only a 4-foot visual height differential. As the view that you have now is on Cook Street looking north. The scale of the buildings along Cook Street continues with the minimized light structural grid with the infill of metal panels and glass. The plaza on the lower level is activated to the street and for the public use and to be able to be seen or to see from the fitness center, whether you're in the plaza or along Cook Street. The farthest building to the west on Cook Street is in the CR3 zone and is designed as of right, which is 3 floors and 35 feet. The building is stylistically vernacular in its form and scale, but the details and materials will be modern. The following aerial is looking northwest along College Avenue, and it represents an overall view of the project within the patchwork of the existing buildings along College Avenue. The north and the south buildings along College Avenue revitalize the urban environment and enliven the urban experience by designing street enhancements, by designing a street wall that activates all of the spaces along College Avenue. And at the end of the day, the benefit is for the local college town community to take advantage of the streetscape as well as the street amenities. The following aerial view is actually looking in the opposite direction. You're looking southwest along College Avenue, and it shows that the north and south buildings are flowing with the descending topography of College Avenue, and that the buildings are scaled, and they're scaled within the envisioned development of College Avenue. Catherine?
Finally, we would like to show you two street level views of the project. View A is a view looking north along College Avenue with a focus on the Cook Street Plaza. And view B is a view of the plaza on the south side of Catherine Street. Next slide. So this is a view looking north on College Avenue at Cook Street. Here you can see the proposed bus stop in this location, which can take advantage of the covered plaza space as a waiting space for the bus stop. Also in this location, the open area above the plaza is 2 stories tall. And you can see the transparent building facade with views into the fitness center, which further activates this space. Street trees, furnishings, and planters are all envisioned to create a comfortable, welcoming space for informal gathering and socializing. You can also see the stoops in this view along the individual entrances along College Avenue. And then finally, the next slide is a view of the plaza space at the intersection of Catherine Street. Here you can see how the extensive plaza space, which in this location extends approximately 23 feet into the private space. It's designed to engage the larger public realm. The red sculptural bench is intended to suggest the developer's desire to incorporate art into the project, not only in this one location, but really throughout. You can also see the tiered seating of the plaza space on the north side of Catherine Street, as well as the transparency of the ground floor commercial space. The overall intention is that a high level of transparency at the ground floor, combined with commercial uses and the extensive plaza spaces, will result in a rich, lively, and engaging environment that is made feasible by the proposed variances. That is the conclusion of our presentation at this time, and we'd like to open it up for discussion. As you know, this is simply the first step in the process, this being the sketch plan submission. So we're eager to move forward into a more detailed design phase and a formal site plan review submission, and your feedback and comments would be greatly appreciated in helping us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go around the room and get questions and comments. CJ, could I start with you?
Yeah, wow, I'm just kind of taking it all in. Yeah, just skip me for now. I'm still.
Okay, I've got a quick question myself, actually. You mentioned commercial uses. Just remind me where the commercial uses are, where they're fronting, and sort of what percentage of the frontage approximately we're talking about here.
Yeah, maybe go into the zoom in of the north. There you go. Okay, so this is Catherine North. So the commercial is on Catherine North. And you can see here, so it's the full length of the facade on Catherine North. So it extends from the existing building just north of the project, which is 312 College Avenue, all the way to the intersection of Catherine Street, and then just wrapping the corner there at Catherine. So that is all of that space on the front there is the commercial at the ground floor.
Could be some basement.
Great, thank you.
Oh, there could be. So John Novar has just informed me that it could potentially also go into the basement space there, into a lower level potentially.
And Rob, as per the ordinance, that is a 12-foot height requirement, and that we will meet that requirement for that space.
Great. CJ asked to be skipped. Mackenzie, could I pick on you?
I actually took some notes on the plans that you sent, but I can't get to them right now because I have a sleeping baby in my lap. But I recall something. I think that what I was wanting to see was covered exterior bike parking somewhere. Maybe, I don't know if it, tucks in under the covered spots on College Avenue, or if they're around the corners on Catherine Street or something. But
Yeah, that's certainly a detail we'll look at as we move forward.
yeah, I figured. I know that it's on your radar. In general, though, I think this is a great project. I really appreciate your sensitivity to residential transitions and also to, the commitment to the plaza public space.
Emily.
Thank you. I really like this proposal. I will admit I didn't look at any of the other proposals that were made because I was waiting to get the full pitch from you, and I'm glad I waited. I'm so excited about the streetscape and how you're peeling the building back in, because the renderings are kind of what College Town should be and kind of what I remember it maybe used to be almost, but this is a better version of it. So if you can achieve that kind of engagement wrapping around the corners, I think it'll be a great success. I really like that there's minimal parking. There's no reason for it, and so that's a great move. I think in concept, I support the height variances. I think that the density in College Town should be on College Ave and not really leaking into the surrounding neighborhoods where it becomes more family residential. So, and it looks like you're being very careful to minimize what you need for the greatest kind of gain in terms of floor to floor. I think breaking up the mass is really successful the way you did that on the top, either 2 or 3 floors with the highest density of glass at the bottom and then the second highest at the top. And then things that I would like to see explored that I'm not quite sure of yet are those inter-building connections that are hidden from view. I think those could go wrong or could be really wonderful, and it kind of depends on the program of them and what they're connecting. And then also how the downhill houses will be affected, because it's great to say density is good on College Ave, but we still have much smaller houses. So just taking a look and a study at how those are affected by the variance asks would be great. Thank you. Looks wonderful.
Thank you.
Garrick.
Yeah, thanks. So, first comment is when I look at a proposal from this project team, you guys are not new, and we've seen a lot of the work you've done, and it's all turned out to be at the highest quality. And so I'm predisposed to like what you bring based on your strong track record. And here again, it looks like you're proposing something that's really needed and is a real contribution to College Town. But maybe just before I make a few comments, can I ask, do you have any, there's a lot of information here, so I didn't totally internalize the floor plans. Can you tell me who you're targeting as the tenants?
It's assumed that primarily because of the location that it will be Cornell students, right? It's 2 blocks from Cornell campus. And traditionally the people who want to live in this high density residential community that is predominantly students today is students. And so it's not intended to be exclusionary of anyone, but it's just sort of obvious that is the group that is going to want to, that's the primary target group.
That makes sense. And that was my guess. I just wonder, with a building of this quality and a project of this quality, if there wasn't some possibility of attracting young professionals or young faculty. Maybe not. Maybe it's just too close.
Could happen.
All the College Town action.
Yeah.
But I wonder in some of the back buildings are a little further away from the main street. If you couldn't get young assistant professors or older grad students to consider. Anyway, just a thought. It'd be
possible.
Nice. It'd be nice to diversify the group of people living there. I think the people's environment affects their behavior, and when you put a more professional, more refined environment in front of people, it sort of changes. If people are walking up and down, basically, beat up old houses with old couches sitting on the porch, they behave one way. When they see a building like this, they behave another way. So I just wonder there's a possibility of a little bit changing the tone of College Town. What I really like about this proposal is the thing that's always bothered me about College Town is just the horrible, horrible streetscape. And it seems like you've share that sentiment, and that this whole project is designed around trying to make College Avenue a place where you might want to spend time, as a place instead of just a place where students go from one party to the next party. And so, that's what I really like about this. The trade-off in terms of the height to the setback from the street, I think it's a no-brainer. We don't issue variances, but this is overwhelmingly in the public good, in my view. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Garrick. Mitch.
Yeah, I agree with what everybody's been saying. I think it's the right project for College Town. I'm surprised it's taken this long to do something this nice. The response to the streetscape is excellent, diverse spaces. I really like it. I would say that from an architecture perspective, like it definitely reminds me of North Campus quite a bit, and also the Brazano Center, which you also designed, right, Arvind? You also designed that building.
Yes.
And what I like about the Brazano Center that I don't see in the North Campus buildings now that they're built is a very nice articulation of the facade, where you pushed in and pulled out in very subtle ways almost, and also the fins on the Brazano. So there's a lot of interesting stuff going on there. And to me, the North Campus buildings are quite flat. The facades are quite flat, and I'm kind of seeing the same kind of flatness along College Avenue. So I would just suggest looking into that. But overall, I think this is a really wonderful project, the right project for College Town. I know people will have probably issues with the massing and the density of it, but I feel like it's actually quite appropriate for College Ave and College Town.
CJ.
Yeah, I'd like to echo these comments, and I think I'm just so surprised to see, I guess it's the time catching up of no minimum parking requirements, and just seeing kind of what gets proposed under that scheme is just pretty remarkable, and I'm surprised to see sketch so far into renderings, but it really does give a sense of the streetscape, and I really appreciate that. And in fact, this particular slide that you're on right now, I think does a great job of showing the activation of the space. And I'd love to see something cool happen to where I think she's wearing like a hot orange skirt, that whole area I think can be, if there's some thought given to kind of that plaza experience coming up from that street, that could be really cool too. So yeah, thanks for the proposal.
So I think you've heard some pretty consistent, thoughts from the board. There's a lot of enthusiasm for this project. To CJ's point about the parking, could you actually show the little bit of parking that you have? I know that you have a tiny bit of it.
Right. Yeah, there we go.
What is the logic behind that little parking area?
Well, I think, I guess two things. First of all, our attempt here was to bring something that was, largely in compliance with existing zoning to, the greatest extent possible. And this is the one parcel that has a parking requirement. So I think that was a starting point. And, as we've talked about the project more and more, we think that probably, having a couple of accessible spaces, having some loading spaces, right? Service, maintenance, that kind of thing is probably a good idea.
Okay.
So I think, all of that combines to result in, just a really minimal parking program.
Yeah, to the extent that there's something more interesting to do with that space, I'd be interested, but if there's a legitimate business and sort of building services need, accessibility need driving the parking, that makes sense then. I'll say I really appreciate the amount of commercial you have in this project. I think that's really important for making College Town feel like more than an assemblage of dorms as it gets denser. I'll say that my one concern on the commercial is that I feel like the size of this commercial is really going to attract a certain tier of tenant, a certain size of tenant. It's big, presumably fairly expensive space, and that's great, as from the developer's perspective. And we could certainly use some really high quality retail space like that up in College Town. But I do kind of feel for a lot of what makes College Town and the college environment interesting is the smaller, more accessible space. And I'm not sure this is the project that provides that, but I'm sensitive to that as part of what making College Town feel like a college town. And then I also think you've got great differentiation of facades along the College Ave frontage. You've really got some really interesting things happening there. But as you step down in scale along the side streets, it seems like the differentiation that you get from facade to facade really is just the step down in scale. And I think that there's probably a real opportunity to differentiate those buildings, and I'd be interested to see that develop.
Understood.
I think on the comment about the commercial space, the developer should speak up if I'm not right here, but I think that, if there were tenants who showed up, if there were, good tenants that wanted smaller spaces and that made sense, I don't think there's any, I think, that commercial space can be divided up differently, right? I don't think it has to be, one, I don't think there's any commitment necessarily to just having that devoted to a single tenant.
Sure. No, I get that. But, I see that space as, a space that wants a big tenant, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. But that's not traditionally what's made interesting, funky little areas feel interesting and funky. So, that's okay. Garrick, I see your hand.
Sorry, Rob, but I think you're making a great point about the commercial space, and I'm maybe getting a little ahead of ourselves, but I can't help but make this comment. So I lived on West Campus, Flora Rose House. I was residential dean there for 6 years. And I used to work out at the Noise Center, and I would go over and start my workout on the treadmills, looking out at the window, facing towards College Town. And I would see hundreds of Cornell students walk across the bridge, go behind the law school, and come down the path down underneath the law school and walk over to Noise, the gym there. And that would be the closest gym to College Town. And it would get so crowded in the Noise Center that they would hand out numbers because they couldn't let more students in per fire code. And where I'm going with this, and it doesn't necessarily need to be this project. I know you have other properties in College Town, but there is a huge, huge unmet demand for a gym, a fitness center. Now, I know you have a fitness center in the building, and I just, put out the thought that maybe instead of doing the typical fitness center for residents of the building only, that there might be thought about, expanding that to provide a bigger space that would be accessible not only to residents, but just general residents of the building, but just general the College Town population. I'm just throwing it out there because Rob's talking about what do you do with the big commercial space, and that's just one idea. And I know there's huge demand there that's unmet.
And just to piggyback on what Garrick said, fitness centers tenants are one of the few tenants out there willing to pay big rents for basement spaces. And if you are sitting on a ton of basement space, that's not a terrible plan. Other questions and comments from the board? All right. Well, a lot of enthusiasm. Oh, Emily.
I just wanted to put in a plug for hoping that this is not a foregone conclusion. I think the reason for the very thorough and polished presentation is because you initially went through the PUD process, but so I hope that there's room for change, even though this seems highly developed.
I think we're going to have a lot of conversations.
Lisa.
What is your schedule?
Our schedule is, so then our next step will be to move forward with developing the schematic design and get that to a point where we can have the pre-application conference, which I think we have on our schedule for June, so next week is May already, right? So I think in June, the intention is to come in with the pre-application. And then we are scheduled for August to have a full preliminary site plan approval package with all of the some backup studies for the seeker review. So obviously there'll be a lot of interest in the height and how the height viewpoints, shade studies, all of those kinds of things. We've already been talking to the traffic engineers to find out what it is they might want us to consider, even though we're not building any parking. So we've been exploring that with them. And so we're really trying to get a handle on what are the seeker issues that really need to be have background studies. And so we'll be developing all of that over the next couple of months at the same time that we're developing the schematic design plans and then bringing that full seeker site plan review package to you in August. And hopefully moving forward quickly after that.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Anything else we need to work through on this today? I'm seeing shaking heads. I think probably not. Thank you for bringing this and look forward to seeing you as this moves forward.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
everyone. Good night.
All right. Next up is zoning appeals, most of which we already dealt with. The one
Actually,
Oh.
you didn't do the Guthrie one.
we didn't do the Guthrie.
Didn't do it. I mean, I know it feels like it was hours ago, which it was.
Wait, I thought we said we weren't going to do that if we didn't do. Oh, but we did do the proposal. All right, I'm
Yes.
catching up. So yeah, we should speak to the need for wayfinding and the need for signage related to medical. We should really speak to the complicated nature of the parking arrangement, the need for disambiguation and signage to support that. What else?
The public-private nature of parking and access to the waterfront.
And I would mention that the changes you requested.
Yes, let's mention that.
Okay.
Anything else we need on
I
that?
might just send that around after, because
Reasonable.
yeah, we're all getting tired.
Yep.
I might just send out the language to you for review.
That sounds very appropriate. The one that's left is 217 Auburn, which is a side entrance, part of a larger renovation. I did not find it to be exceptionally objectionable. I don't know if there's too much to say about it.
I'm trying to pull it up. I didn't see it.
It was in the digital.
The digital one. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say I don't love it. I just don't think it's, I don't think there's necessarily a long-term planning impact. And it is, a homeowner renovating their home to stay in their home. Is there anything else to be said about this one? Lisa, is there anything particular you need us to say on this one?
I mean, you can just say you didn't identify any long-term planning impacts, if that's.
I think that's true. Yeah, I don't know that there's much else to say there. Okay, old new business.
So we just wanted to touch base about doing PRC on Friday, second Fridays. It would bring it into alignment with a second, like a consistent date at 8:30. I know that a lot of you can't make that, and it's most important just to have at least the chair there and one other person, which can rotate depending on people's availability, but I wanted to confirm that with you so that, because Anya needs to do all kinds of scheduling reorganization. So does that seem like still what you want to do?
It does. I mean, from my perspective, I will say that for this month, I will definitely be at PRC, but I may be out of town for the actual meeting. And so because of that, I don't know if one time or the existing time is better for McKinsey, but if you wanted to try to make this PRC,
good point.
It could be a good one. And, if we wanted to wait to change the time till the month afterwards, that could make sense too. I'm pretty open.
Yeah, either's fine with me. I mean, I could come to the meeting this month. I'd have the baby with me, which is fine.
All right.
Does it matter to you whether it's Friday or Thursday?
Thursday, I can't make it because of work. Friday.
Okay, so we will change it. Okay. So Rob won't be here in May, which means
yeah, correct.
So Mackenzie, you can chair in May.
The 14th.
So it would be the 14th, and then the planning board meeting would be the 25th. Does that work for you?
At 8:30 in the morning on the 14th, I should be able to make that. Yeah.
And the planning board meeting is the 25th. And then Rob, I don't know if you're.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to be having a baby.
I am. Yeah. So end of June, there's going to be another baby. And that's very exciting. Right now, I don't know if I'll be here for the June meeting or not. But if I'm not, then I'm sure Mackenzie can hold down that fort. And
it's June 22nd, Mackenzie.
Yeah, I plan to be there.
Your baby's going to have a lot of planning board experience.
Yeah.
Hasn't seemed to hurt Gus any, although yours is going to get more. So yeah, that's happening. That's exciting. That sort of transitions us into reports, and the planning board chair report is I'm having a baby. So I may be missing you guys some, but I expect to be able to meet, make some more meetings between now and when that happens, whether it's the full board or PRC. So I'll be seeing some of you at the very least between now and then.
Great.
And I'm sorry to take us over tonight. It's the first meeting in a while that we've gone over like this, and it's frustrating.
Well, yeah.
It's understandable. Do you think that we could build in to the agenda a 10 or 15 minute break?
Yes.
Through? I kind of need it. I need to get up and stretch and have a little bit of a breather. And I wonder, we often want to do it, but applicants are there.
Yep, let's do that. I will do that. Build it.
Add it to the agenda. Yeah, thank you.
That seems good. BPW liaison.
I have about half an hour of notes. Does anyone mind? No, I have nothing to report. Thankfully, this is. Rob, I've been thinking. I mean, this is grueling 4.5 hours. But looking back on it, I mean, you did a great job as chair. I don't think there's any discussion that wasn't important. I think we made progress on the issues that took time. I think we made progress and got the feedback the applicants needed. So I don't think there was any wasted time today.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Director's report.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a report. It's too late. So.
All right.
Maybe email us some highlights, Lisa, if there are any, please.
Is there a motion to adjourn? I saw Garrick move and Emily second. All those in favor? Have a very, very good night. Oh, I was supposed to do it by roll call. Oh, well.
Oh, that's okay. All right.
Nighty night.
Good night.
Bye, everybody.